Okay, are we ready? Yeah? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm calling to order the City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Special Magistrate agenda for July 31st, 2024. My name is Keith Davis. I'm the Special Magistrate appointed by the city to preside over today's agenda. Before we get started, if you have any cell phones, please make sure they're silenced so they don't interrupt our proceedings. That will be appreciated. We have a few folks who are in attendance today. When your case is called, please come up to the podium that's over here to my right. The way that I'm going to proceed with each case is that I'm going to hear from the city first. The city will have a witness or witnesses who will present the case. There will be likely testimony. There may be documents in the form of photographs or notices or other things that I believe will appear on the monitors. You'll have an opportunity to see those documents, which are part of the record. Once the city's concluded its presentation, made any recommendations to me on how it believes the case should be resolved, I will then come back over to you. It'll be your opportunity to tell me about the case. You can ask questions of the city's witnesses. You can simply tell me about the case. In the event that you brought additional documents or photographs with you that you would like me to consider, that will be the time to produce those. I'll ask you to let the city look at them first, and then I'll take a look. Before we start with the first case, if you are going to be speaking to me about any of the matters on our agenda today, your testimony needs to be under oath, so I need to swear everybody in. So if you will be testifying, please stand all together. Raise your right hands. I'll swear everyone in at the same time. Thank you. Do each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony at today's hearings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. You can all have a seat. With those explanations on the record, let's go ahead and call the first case.
First case number 27515 South Flagler Drive, CE 23050340, number 27515 South Flagler Drive.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Joe Valdez, building inspector for the city of West Palm Beach. The code case number is CE 23050-340. The address is 7515 South Flagler Drive. The violation is for a new site wall and columns on the front of the property.
I'm sorry, it's for a what?
New site wall.
Sidewalk.
Site wall. It's a wall.
Oh, site wall.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. And the violation was issued on 5/30 of 2023. The notice of violation was mailed by mail on 7/16/24. It was posted on City Hall 7/18/24 and posted on the property on 7/16/24. The certified mail was delivered on 7/19/24. And what I observed was, as you can tell, a new site wall being erected without any permits or inspections. And the pictures do depict what I saw that day. The permits, I've given several extensions. The permits have been issued, but, the permits have been applied for, but have not been issued. There's some notes that have not been answered. So, and I've spoken to the owner. He says things will be done. I've spoken to the contractor. He said he's trying to get things done, but nothing seems to be moving forward. So I recommend 30 days to get this taken care of. If not, it's going to be $100 per day.
So when you say 30 days to get everything taken care of, are you
Well, they have to just answer some notes to get the permits issued.
Well, that's
So
my
I don't
question. Does the city want to see the permit issued and the work done in 30 days, or just have the permit issued to get this out
If
of
the
code?
permits get issued in 30 days, I'm willing to give another
Okay.
extension.
When was the permit applied for? I know that you said there's still outstanding comments.
I
but
don't
when-
have that information with me, but
Beg your pardon?
I don't have that information with me.
All right.
Apologize for that.
Do we have anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case?
I don't,
It does not appear that we do, but with the certified mail and the posting, the city has proper notice All right, anything else?
Yes, Special Magistrate, may I inquire?
Sorry,
That's
please.
okay.
Yep, by all means, of course.
Assistant City Attorney, Andreen Treasurer, for the record. Just for some clarity, sir,
Yes,
do you not know when the Special Magistrate inquired when the permit was applied for? That's it. Do we not know that information?
I will know that information. I can give you that information, but not this second. I don't have a computer.
Can you give a time frame? Was it applied for last week? Was it applied for
It was
2
a while
months ago?
back. It was actually a while back. It's probably 6 months ago.
Okay, probably 6 months ago. And do you believe that 30 days is a reasonable time for permits to be issued by the city?
Well, like I said, 6 months ago, they were applied for, so that was a lot of time to get it, approved. And I think it's only a few notes that they have to,
Do you recall the notation? I just want to make sure that the 30 days, if it's a notation that you believe is reasonable, that can be complied with. Do you have any
I don't
recollection
recall,
what
but
the
I think it
notes-
is something that's very reasonable. I mean, it's probably paperwork, probably just a survey or something that needs to be
Okay.
done. Usually on site walls like that, you need a survey for approval.
And you mentioned that you spoke with the contractor and/or owners. Are they in agreement with the 30 days?
They did not answer back after I delivered the
The
NOV.
notice? Okay. All righty, thank you. Nothing further at this time. And you testified that, just one other thing, you testified that the pictures taken truthfully and accurately depict what you observe the violations to be?
Yes, yes, they do.
At this point, Magistrate, we're asking for the testimony as well as the photographs to be taken into evidence on the record, barring any objections. Nothing further.
All right, the testimony, the documents I've reviewed that have been displayed are part of the record. I believe I already found proper notice. I will find, based on the testimony and the evidence, that property remains in violation as cited. I will accept the city's recommendation, require compliance by way of issuance of the permit within 30 days. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 3,
Thank you.
2005 Mercer Avenue, CEBLD 24010500. Number 3, 2005 Mercer Avenue.
What was the agenda item?
2005 Mercer Avenue.
I mean, what was, number
number
three.
3.
Got it. Okay, I'm with you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Kevin Pennington for the City of West Palm Beach. The code case number is CEBLD 24010500. The violation occurred on 2005 Mercer Avenue. The violation I observed was interior renovations, including shower replacement with plumbing work, a new fence along Mercer Avenue. I issued the violation and stop work order on January 11th, 2024. The notice of violation was mailed via certified mail and regular mail on July 15th, 2024. Was posted at City Hall on July 12th, 2024. It was posted on the property July 11th, 2024. The certified mail was not delivered. There was no authorized person available. The observation to support my each violation are a fence. I witnessed new posts and panels being installed. The shower, the interior renovation, witnessed workers and construction materials, tile, backer board, plumbing fixtures used in a shower renovation. The pictures show truthfully and accurately depict the alleged violation and reflect what I am testifying to. Permits and inspections are required for the work I observed and what is displayed in pictures shown. Permits have not been applied for, permits have not been issued, inspections have not been performed. Included in my file copy of the notice of violation and affidavit of posting. I have had contact with the owner and the owner's rep. The results of the contact was spoke to the owner. He was out of the country. City recommends 90 days to comply and $50 after that.
Did you say 30 days?
90 days.
90 days, thank you.
90 days, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Do you believe that's, morning, do you believe that's 90 days, given that the owner is out of the country, 90 days is a reasonable time to
I
get
did-
the, to apply for the permits and to receive the permits and inspection?
I did check this morning. The fence permit was applied for yesterday,
Okay,
so it would just be the interior renovations, which I haven't seen any permits applied for at this point.
do you believe 90 days is a reasonable time to give
Yes.
to the
Yes.
property owner?
I did speak to the owner's representative, who has power of attorney, who said they was gonna start working on getting the construction documents ready to apply for the permit.
So the representative believes 90 days is a reasonable time?
I don't know. They didn't say yes or no.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And the photographs taken truthfully and accurately depict the violations we're discussing today?
Yes.
Nothing further, Special Magistrate, other than we're requesting the case file, the testimony of the code inspector, and the photographs be put in the record, barring any objections.
The testimony and the documents that were provided are part of the record. Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? Respondent is not present, however, the city has proper notice with the posting following the return of certified mail. I will find, based on the testimony and the evidence, the property remains in violation as cited. I will allow 90 additional days to cure the violations. After that, daily fines of $50 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 46508 Washington Road, CEBLD 231-00448. Number 46508 Washington Road.
Kevin Pennington for the City of West Palm Beach. The code case is CEBLD 23-100-448. The address of the violation occurred is 6508 Washington Road. The violation I observed was interior and exterior renovations enclosing a rear covered porch. I issued the violations, posted the stop work order on the job on October 10th, 2023. The notice of violation was mailed via certified mail and regular mail on July 11th, 2024. It was posted at City Hall on July 12th, 2024. It was posted on the property on July 11th, 2024, and the certified mail was delivered July 15th, 2024 at 10:04 a.m. The observations support the violation. I'm alleging is I witnessed workers on site, construction waste and dumpster, construction materials being used, remove windows and sliding doors, demolition of masonry block to enlarge window opening, exterior wall and roof framing work, concrete overpouring of slab to meet interior level, wall sheathing, window and door installation, exposed electrical wiring. The pictures being shown are truthfully and accurately depict the alleged violation and reflect what I'm testifying to. Permits and inspections for the work I observe and what is displayed in the picture shown. Permits have not been applied for, permits have not been issued, inspections have not been performed. Included in my file of the notice of violation affidavit of posting, I have contact with the owner and the owner's rep. The results are that the renter who commenced the work without the owner's knowledge, some period of time happened. There was a second renter in there who was supposed to help, and they had a fallout. The owner didn't have access to the property, so nothing's been done. And the city recommends 90 days to comply and a $50 fine after that.
Thank you. Your testimony is that you spoke with the owner?
Yes, he kept asking for extension. The second renter was in there,
Okay.
and he said he couldn't get access. He was going to evict him, and it just kept going and going and going. Nothing got fast-tracked. Nothing seemed to be happening that he was going to comply, so...
And the owner is aware that your recommendation is 90 days for compliance or $50 a day fine?
I haven't spoke to him about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations that we're discussing today?
Yes, they do.
And do you believe 90 days is a reasonable time to get the permit applied for, issued, and inspected?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Special Magistrate, just requesting the case file, the testimony of the code enforcement officers, and photographs be admitted into evidence for the record.
So your record will include the testimony and the documentary evidence that's been presented this morning. Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? Respondent is not present. However, with the delivered certified mail, the city has proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property remains in violation as cited. I'll allow an additional 90 days to cure the violations. After that, daily fines of $50 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 6, 106 North Olive Avenue, CEBLD 231-20490. Number 6, 106 North Olive Avenue.
Good morning.
Morning.
Peter Valenti, Construction Inspection Coordinator for the City of West Palm Beach. Code case number is CEBLD 23120490. The address where the violation occurred is at 106 North Olive Avenue. This is in violation of Florida Building Code. Building volume, section 105.1. This was work without a permit. So I issued a stop work order on the job site on December 22nd, 2023. This notice of violation was mailed via certified mail and regular mail on July 12th, 2024. It was posted at City Hall, July 12, 2024. It was posted on the property, July 12, 2024. The certified mail was, we didn't get a return on it. USPS tracking does not have a confirmation yet on that one. So my observations were the front entry doors. This is a restaurant. The front entry doors and bar relocation. This was a project that they did have a permit for. Well, they had a permit application, I should say. The permit was not applied yet. They went ahead and started doing the work before the permit was issued. Permit number at that time was 23100530. And that application was October of 2025. So it still has not been approved. There are some photos that depict the work that was done. So I've had contact with the owner. I've had contact with the architect, and I've had contact with the contractor. We're still waiting on the plan to be approved, I should say the permit to be approved, to get moving forward on this.
And is it just for the door? Is that all we're working on, or does the permit cover other work too?
Well, the permit covers other work, but the main area of concern is there's an outside storefront. It's called a Eurowall system, which kind of storefront glass sliding door that folds.
Is that what I'm looking at in the picture right now?
Yep.
Okay.
And then you've got an entry door, a swinging entry door. Unfortunately, they encroach into the sidewalk, okay? So that is what's being held up in the plan review. The plan reviewer has not approved that for that reason. As far as I know, that is the one outstanding issue on plan review.
Okay, thank you.
And is it, morning, is it the holdup on the plan reviewer's end, or is it something that the property owner, contractor, architect needs to do?
So on the applicant, owner, architect should be responding to the comments from the plan reviewer. So we're narrowing it down to these are his final comments.
Okay,
We're waiting on the response.
okay,
Now, I know the owner has, he's talked to the building official and trying to get an exception for what he has, and maybe it's a misunderstanding, but as of last week, the building official, he was still under the opinion that this has to be answered to, that the plan reviewer's comment is valid. So,
okay, thank you. And how many days are you recommending for compliance, and if not, the amount on the fines?
well, we're going to recommend the 90 days for compliance. Consider, I think the effort is there to get this right. It's just being held up a little bit with the design professional. And after that, $100 a day fee.
And are you familiar with these gentlemen standing here?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, who are they?
The owner of the restaurant is
Okay.
Jimmy Rivas.
And do you believe 90 days is a reasonable time to bring the permit issue into compliance?
I do, especially considering that we've narrowed it down to where we're at with it, even getting into the plan review side.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further. We request the testimony of the code officer as well as the documents in the file and the photographs be admitted into evidence, barring any
All
objections.
right, the testimony and documents that have been viewed to this point are part of the record. Good morning, gentlemen. If you could put your name and address on the record, and then whichever one of you wants to speak first, the floor is yours to either ask questions or tell me about what's going on with the case.
We are Onyx Infrastructure.
Let me get you close to the microphone.
Anthony Mora with Onyx Infrastructure. I'm the president of the company.
Yes, sir.
We built out the project with engineer letters, and all permits were submitted, and we were waiting on approvals. We're presently working with the owner to get this last leg of it approved, and he has been working with them as well.
Do you have a sense for whether or not the city's recommendation of 90 additional days is going to be, do you think you can bring it in for a landing within that period of
I
time?
believe so.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from either of you gentlemen?
Nope, that's all.
All right, anything else from the city?
No special magistrate.
Okay. Then, in this particular case, the city has proper notice, respondent is present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to allow the additional 90 days to cure the violation. After that, I will assess the daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved, so you want to make sure you hit that 90-day mark.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Number 7335 Clematis Street, CEBLD 23120489. Number 7335 Clematis Street.
Peter Valenti, Construction Inspection Coordinator with the City of West Palm Beach Building Department. This code case number is CEBLD 23120489. So the address where the violation occurred was at 335 Clematis Street. I observed the violation, in violation of the Florida Building Code, building volume, section 105.1, was work without the permit. December 21st, 2023, I had issued the stop work order. The notice of violation was mailed via certified mail and regular mail on July 12th, 2024, posted at City Hall, July 12th, 2024, and was posted on the property July 12th, 2024. This is another one that USPS tracking does not show any confirmation of receiving the certified mail. So my observations, the exterior stairs to the second floor at the rear of the building, appeared to be pulling away from the wall, and a contractor went to put a temporary support up using 4x4 posts and fastening it into the wall. Well, there was no permit applied for this work. There was some electric work as well that appeared to be a safety issue, where you had exposed wiring on a meter that was there. There is an expired permit application that's in the system. That permit has now been abandoned, as a new permit has been applied for this work. There's also an electric sub-permit that is in the process of getting approved. Last time I checked on that. So the permits have been applied for, not been issued yet. And I have had contact with the contractor here, Mr. Fernando Rocha.
Yes, sir.
Yep. And I know he's been doing what he can to try to comply. He's dealing with his design professional as well and getting the information required in.
Thank you. And how many days are you recommending for compliance and/or fines if not complied with?
90 days and a $100 a day fee, if not complied.
And you believe that's reasonable time?
Yes, I do.
And we've gotten the photographs now. Are those photographs truthful and accurate in depicting what you observe the violations to be?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further, Special Magistrate. We request the testimony, the case file be admitted into evidence barring any objection.
Thank you. The documents and testimony are part of the record. Before I come over to you, sir, I have one question for the city. Is this like a safety hazard, a health, safety, welfare kind of situation, that those steps should be secured from anybody climbing or using them until it's...
Yes.
Okay. And are they secured at this point? Are they blocked off, or?
I could say that they've been secured, and it's a matter of getting this permit applied for.
Okay.
So when I first issued the stop work order at that time, I did meet the contractor out there, and he was securing it, and I let him know, just finish your securing method so it's safe, and then leave. Do not continue doing any more work on this. So he has secured it in a somewhat, I'm going to call it a temporary fashion, until this permit gets approved.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir, go ahead and put your name and address on the record, and then you can proceed.
Yes, you might say this is Fernando Roca for the records, and I'm representing Climatics Venture. And we did been working with Mr. Peter to solve this case, and we did all the permits already and been applied for, and are under the city's review right now. We are working on the last comment from the zoning and structural, and waiting on the architects now response. Due to the case that we've been seeing based on the workload and the time frame they will respond, and we're trying to see if we can secure another 30 days on the case, just to play safe. And now that we're not going to do it, I think it will be due sooner, but just to feel more comfortable, based on the workload of the city, some time to respond on the reviews and back and forth.
So you think you'll be able to get it done within the 90 days?
Yeah, I'm
hopefully
getting
sooner.
that date. And it's 30
Is there a
days.
way to secure these so that people can't use them pending the
Yes.
completion of the work?
Yes, of course, yeah.
I would like to see that done,
Okay.
please. Okay. And otherwise, I'm comfortable with the 90 days as well.
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, sir?
No, it's
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, Special Magistrate. Thank you.
I was just trying to understand exactly what Mr. Rocha was saying. Did you ask for an additional 30 days to the 90?
Yeah, I was just trying to play, add another 30 days just in case we have any encounter any delays with the reviews and the
Oh, so you want
drawings.
120 days?
Yes, if it's possible.
What says the city on that?
Well, you know, the issue is really the response time from the design professional. I don't have a problem with the additional 30 days, but, you know, it's, because that's where it's at. I see the effort's been there on all parts, but response time from a design professional. So if it takes 120 days total, the city doesn't have a problem, you know?
How are you going to physically prevent people from accessing that staircase while this, if we're going to stretch this out 4 months, how are you, I want to be comfortable that nobody's going to get hurt on this pending the completion of this case.
Yeah, we're gonna make sure everything is 100% secure, temporary repairs for the secure, being secure the structure, so being used. Then, you know, we're gonna proceed, like I said, you know, with those 90 days, but we're just trying to work with the reviews in the city, basically. But we're gonna be
I
done
get all
sooner.
that. My question is, how are you going to block off these steps so nobody can use them until they're fixed correctly?
Right now, and like the way it is, and the temporary repair, they can use it right now as a fire escape. You see what I mean? Like if it's a fire escape to access it, they can use it because it's being supported with wood. The architect's recommendation were going to be like a steel structure, and but the temporary part is being done. So you know, we just want to make sure it complies with that.
Well, quite frankly, I'm not comfortable extending the 90 days any further if there's a possibility that these have to be used. I saw the pictures where they're shored up with some 4x4s and stuff, but
Right.
I'm going to leave it at the 90 days
Okay.
under those circumstances. I'm not comfortable stretching this out anymore. So, you know, light a fire under the people whose seats need fires lit, and let's get this done.
Okay.
All right, there is proper notice in this case. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I find the property remains in violation as cited. I will allow 90 additional days to cure the violations. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Case number 15-918, 45th Street, CE 24062203, number 15-918, 45th Street.
Good morning.
Morning.
Code Officer KT Weaver with the City of West Palm Beach. While investigating a complaint, I observed several violations at 918 45th Street. I took photos of the property which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I then initiated my investigation citing the following violations. 18102-4-C, rodent infestation. 78-6-5, address numbering being visible. 18-103-G, plumbing fixtures and pipes. 22-32-A, certificate of use expired. 22-441, rental license expired. 94-482-A, parking requirements, vehicle parked in the swell. 18-106A, clean and sanitary, pressure washing of the sidewalk and the driveway. The notice of violation was posted at the property in City Hall on July the 2nd, 2024. The affidavit of posting was completed on July the 2nd, 2024, and a copy was placed in the case file. Certified and regular mail was sent to the mailing address listed on PAPA on July the 5th of 2024. Certified mail was returned. I revisited the property on July the 30th of 2024 and observed the property still in violation of all the violations mentioned earlier. Reinspection photos were taken on July the 30th of 2024 showing the remaining violations. They were uploaded to the case. I have had no contact with the property owner. The city is requesting an additional 30 days to gain compliance or $150 a day until compliance is achieved.
Great, thank you. Are you okay, Ms. Weaver?
There's something in my eye.
Oh, no.
Have to go to the doctor.
Oh, no, let's get you out of here. 30 days or 150 days,
ma'am.
$150?
Yes,
And the
ma'am.
pictures that we're observing, both the initial and the revisit pictures, photographs, truthfully and accurately depict the violations we're discussing today?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Special Magistrate. We request the code enforcement officer's testimony, the photographs and case file be admitted into evidence barring any objections.
All right, thank you. The documents and testimony are part of the record. I see you have some folks with you.
I'm sorry,
Do you
these
have
are-
testimony that you want to add to your case before I go to the respondent?
Yes, sir, these are tennis, guys have something you want to say.
Good morning. My name is Jason Dennis. I live at 918 45th Street. Okay.
Are you the tenant?
Yeah,
or
I'm the
resident?
tenant.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay. When we moved in that property, the house is a lot of rat, and even now, when you're in the shower bathing, you could hear them in the wall, and when them die, we tell Eric about it. Eric bullying us and telling us that he sent the pet people when they come. They set the trap up there, they take down couple rat, and the last set, he said to us, he's not coming there no more. So meantime, I said, okay, if you're not coming there to take care of the property, we're not gonna pay you any rent. So now he take us to court for eviction, and also, he making a chat with me. And after I leave here, I'm going to make a report against him. The property is filthy, the water is slow. In front of the house, the pipe did burst, and then put a piece of plastic there, like a little hose, to connect back the pipe so the water run like really slow. And we have kids there, the whole house is infected.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, did you have anything that you wanted to say? Okay. Anything else from the city at this time? Good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, if you could put your name and address on the record, and then the floor will be yours to either
Sure.
ask questions or tell me about the case.
No problem. I'm Helen Rodriguez, and I'm the property manager. Our address is located at 3000 High Ridge Road, Suite 7, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33426.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm sorry, but I never met the code enforcement officer. I have dealt with several code enforcement officers here in the past. Usually, they contact me directly and I handle the case. However, because this situation has arose with the tenants, they have not given me any paperwork of the code violation. And because the address is listed in PAPA for our owner in California, she currently resides in Colorado, and I literally just got this yesterday. However, despite getting this yesterday, I do have evidence that we have paid a water bill, we have pest control bills, and showing dates that we have made attempts to resolve the matter. Despite the fact that this is a single-family home, and Florida statute specifies that 83.51 subsection 2, in addition to providing the above requirements, the landlord of a dwelling unit other than a single-family home or duplex shall at all times of the tenancy make reasonable provisions for extermination of rats, mites, ants, wood-destroying organisms, and bed bugs, and so forth. However, in addition to that, I had the lease agreement that states that pest control is not included in this agreement. Therefore, realistically, we have no obligation to maintain the pest control situation. However, despite that, out of the kindness of our hearts and understanding of these tenants, we have an invoice showing that we have paid for pest control services, and he's even admitted that we have made attempts by putting traps into the attic. That's just focusing on the pest control subject. The next subject, I believe that was on this, was the water bill was unpaid for. Again, it got sent to a California address. However, I have it date stamped as of today. This morning, it's been paid.
Okay.
BTR and certificate of occupancy, I have it here in my hand. So I'm not sure how I'm being told that we're running a property without a business license or certificate of occupancy.
I'll let you finish, and then I'll probably come back to the city and ask them to address
Sure.
where we are with that specifically.
No problem. The other thing is, on the list was letters or numbers on the front door were not 6 inches. However, they were posted on the mailbox originally, but we went ahead and added them to the property as of yesterday.
I was going to ask when, because I saw the picture that the city had, and it looked like the numbers were the same color as the
Exactly.
wall.
No
So
problem.
I think that
It was as of yesterday.
Okay.
And I have a date stamped here. So the other thing is the parking on the grass. That's the tenants. Unfortunately, they're not being compliant with us whatsoever or helpful in this situation. I ask you guys, please stop parking on the grass, and I ask that you also make sure that the property is kept up to par and clean on the outside so that we can abide by the code, the city's requirements. The other thing is the plumbing. I have a $595 plumbing bill dated April 4th, in which kitchen sink and tub removed the P-trap and waste arm, electrically clean line with K3800 through P-trap to 4-inch PVC ground clean out by back of heavy grease. So there was heavy grease buildup. Then they ran a K3800 through the tub overflow to clear the line of heavy hair. Hall bathroom vanity sink, they removed a 1 1/4 P-trap and waste arm, electrically clean line with K3800 through waste arm to clear line of sludge and hair, and it was tested. That was the original complaint that we received, and that's what we went ahead and addressed. If there are any other issues, the tenants do have a resident portal where they can put a work order online, and thus far, we have not received any other plumbing complaints. If there is a plumbing plumbing issue, he does need to abide by the lease agreement by properly reporting it to us either in writing or putting it into the portal so that we can know. And the last thing is that pest control, when they came out, pest control has the following notes. On April 3rd, they did an initial inspection of the property. They placed 2 traps in the attic and placed 2 outside rodent bait stations. On April 5th, they checked the traps in the attic, no activity. April 8th, they received a call regarding a smell. They checked the traps in the attic, 2 dead rats removed. Replenished bait in traps. April 15th, received call regarding a smell, checked the traps in 1 attic, 1 dead rat removed, replenished bait in traps. April 24th, serviced outside rodent stations, and they performed outside pest control. June 24th, received a call regarding noises in the ceiling and smell in the bathroom. They checked the attic, no activity and no smell. He did replenish the bait in traps. June 26th, serviced outside rodent bait stations and performed outside pest control. And this is from Thomas Switek from Pest Control Palm Beach, state license JB 194153. And I apologize, one more thing. What he did mention in pest control is that there is actually, there it is right there. That tree that's over to the east side of the property, that belongs to the next door neighbor. We did reach out to code enforcement, and specifically Code Enforcement Officer Donald Lattimore responded to our request. He stated after completing an inspection, the tree branches are not touching the roof at 918 45th Street. At this moment, there is no code violation regarding this matter to cite for. Please let me know if you have additional questions. Our pest control is recommending that that tree get trimmed away from the building. And in order for me to control this rodent situation for them, I do ask that this tree gets trimmed by the next door neighbor, because unfortunately, it's interfering with their tenancy currently. And I am trying to do everything possible to resolve this. Again, yes, tenant is under eviction for non-payment of rent, which has nothing to do with this code enforcement issue. It's just simply non-payment of rent.
Okay. Let me ask the city if you can elaborate on where we are with the business tax and the certificate of use.
As of my check in the system as of yesterday, it had not been renewed. Now, if something happened after I checked, then I would need to see that or whatever. But like I said, even with the mailing, we mailed to the appropriate people. No one has been in contact with us.
So let me ask, I want to be clear though, so we're in Today's July 31st. Does it mean it hasn't been renewed? It was never renewed for
It still was showing
2024, or
2023.
it hasn't been renewed for 2025 yet?
It still expired in 2023, September of 2023 was the last date showing in our,
So
in the
let's,
system.
can
So
you
let me see what she has, and
look
she
at,
could
let's
have
see
called.
let's see what we have here,
Okay, I'm trying to see the name of, and it could be under something different. I'm sorry. I see something paid, but I don't see the date. But with this, it's showing that it was paid, and it could have been paid, because you can do it,
There's a date
online
stamp
over
on there in the
phone.
back. That's the date that it was sent to us from you guys, March 22nd.
No, well, it's not in the system, I'm sorry. But that's fine, you have proof.
May
So
I
that's-
see, may I see that, please? And then we'll show it to the.
and then let me
special-
ask, so does the document that you're looking at, that deals with the business tax? And what about the certificate of use, or do those go hand in hand?
It
Is
has
that all
the
together?
It has
Okay.
the certificate of use and the rental license, yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
And for the record, Special Magistrate, which I will hand it to, it does say expires September 30th, 2024, so it would seem to be in effect until then.
So that is not in violation.
So those would have been complied, yes, sir.
Would you
Okay.
like to see it, Special Magistrate?
Yep. Very good. We're gonna. Okay. All right, is there anything else that you folks would like to tell me? It sounds like you've a lot of forward progress here, but the city's gonna have to come out and put their eyes on everything and make sure it's good.
I have no problem with that, and I'm more than willing to give her my phone number for future reference. We do manage over 130 properties here in Palm Beach County, single-family homes specifically, and I think about 2 or 3 code enforcement officers in here already know me, so I apologize if you don't know me, but I'll give you my card, and then we'll get a resolution to this.
Okay, anything else from the city on this one?
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
If you give me a moment, this is Code Officer Lattimore, who did respond in reference to the tree that she was referring to.
Okay.
That's not touching the property, but, okay.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning. So I am Code Officer Donald Lattimore. Officer Weaver was out at the moment, so I respond to the issue. The statement that was mentioned was accurate. However, the rest of that statement was due to the fact that the tree was not touching the home. It is not a hurricane hazard. And at that point, I did explain to everyone that in order to get that taken care of, since it's over her property line, she can cut the tree because it extends on her property line, or it will be a civil matter to get the neighbor to cut down the tree. Code enforcement cannot force the neighbor to cut down the tree because it does not propose a hurricane hazard.
So as depicted, the tree is not a code enforcement violation.
When I went out to do my inspection, I believe it was back in March, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember the exact date, but when I went out to take photographs, yes, it wasn't actually accurately mentioned. It was not touching the property at all. It was just over the property fence line.
Okay, so we're, several months down the road, the city's gonna have to re-inspect
That
on the issue of compliance. With this case, I suggest you take a peek at the tree. It may have,
Still not touching the property.
okay.
It's just, like you said, it's just hanging close to the house, but it's not touching. If it
So-
was touching the property, then yes, that would be an issue for us to address.
By no
with the
means am I
neighbor.
giving you legal advice, but
It's
it's
just
my
causing a nuisance
So-
with the rodent situation, and we just ask that, we're trying to resolve this.
Like I said, I'm not gonna give you, this is not legal advice. My understanding is that if the branches are overhanging the property line of your property, you're allowed to trim to the property line. You can certainly get your own advice on that. Or, I think as the city correctly said, it's a civil matter between neighbors. But,
But it's
I hear what you're saying.
You
that
know what
you're-
I mean? It's obviously they have a complaint about rodents and we want to resolve it. And there's only so much pest control can do.
Sure.
Besides making sure traps are installed, stations are there. And at the end of the day, we're here just to protect the property, so.
Okay.
But I'll figure it out, I guess.
No, and I, based on what I've seen and heard, I have no doubt in my mind that you're making good faith efforts here, so.
Yes, sir.
Anything else from the city?
No, sir, no.
Okay, so in this case, city has proper notice with the notice documents in the file. In addition, the property manager is present at today's hearing. Based on the testimony and the evidence that I have reviewed, I'm going to find that the property remains in violation as cited, with the exception of I'm finding compliance with city codes 22441 and 2232A regarding the business tax and the certificate of use. For the remaining violations, sounds like there has been forward progress. I'm going to go ahead and accept the 30-day recommendation, put a 30-day compliance time frame. As I said, the city's going to have to come out and inspect.
No problem. I did get a work order literally today about the kitchen sink. Again, if there's anything else that you guys need, please let us know, put it in writing, or put a portal or put it in the portal and we'll take care of it.
Okay, and then if...
No issues? I'm sorry, sir?
Uh-oh.
Hi, I have one more right to say. I have some picture that the sink broken in pieces. We have to put bucket to catch water now. So when it fall, we have to take the bucket out and throw it out. You see what she's saying? No respect. They don't have no respect. They're very disrespectful how they deal with their tenant, and that is not fair. They never showed up one rent. And with this month, I said we're not going to give them no rent until they fix what happened to the house, because we have children living in the house. And
Right,
rat is very serious.
That's not how we work. I'm sorry, but,
All right, so
we will get it fixed. I'm telling you, and I'm testifying in front of the
So,
court.
I have made a finding of violation. I'm
Mm-hmm.
giving 30 days to fix it. It sounds like there's definitely some landlord-tenant tension here, but that's not what I'm here to resolve
Right.
this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And hope that gets worked out. So 30 days to comply. After 30 days, there will be daily fines of $150 per day until compliance is achieved. So you want to make sure you hit that deadline and get them out to inspect as soon as you can.
No problem. One final question. If the tenants are purposely parking on the grass or not, disposing of trash properly and that happens, how can I proceed further with ensuring that they comply with us to help us resolve these matters?
So as you know, at the end of the day, the violation falls on the shoulders of the property owner. If the tenant is violating city codes and will not comply, I suppose your recourse is through that landlord-tenant relationship.
No problem. If only those two items are not checked off on the order, would I still be considered in non-compliance of the whole case?
I'll let you speak offline to the city's code enforcement officer,
Okay.
and you guys can talk through those details.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying, but I think
Yes,
you
I'll
guys
speak
need
with
to
you.
Okay,
kind
thank
of
you.
work through that. All right?
Mm-hmm.
And you'll get a copy of that order. Thank you all very much for coming.
Thank you.
I'll get a copy of it today or in the mail?
In the mail.
Email?
In the mail.
In the mail? That's the thing. I'm sorry.
Hold on just a minute. If it's okay with the magistrate, I was going to call the rest of Miss Weaver's cases too to get her out of here because
That's
she's
fine.
having a thing.
Yeah.
Hold on just a minute. Number 16, 952 43rd Street, CE 24052046. Number 16, 952 43rd Street. You want to leave your card? Or?
Good morning, Code Officer Kay Weaver with the City of West Palm Beach. While riding through my zone, I observed several violations at 952 43rd Street. I took photos of the property which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I then initiated my investigation, citing the following violations: 74-34-A-1H, trash can in public view, which has been complied; 94-482-A, parking requirements, which has been complied; 94-487-B-3, restricted vehicle residential, and 94-302-A-3, fence permit. The notice of violation was posted at the property in City Hall on June the 17th of 2024. The affidavit of posting was completed on June the 17th of 2024, and a copy was placed in the case file. Certified and regular mail was sent to the mailing address listed on PAPA on May the 31st of 2024. Certified mail was signed for. I revisited the property on July the 30th and checked observed the property still in violation of 94-487-B-3 and 94-302-A-3. Reinspection photos were taken on July 30th of 2024 showing the remaining violations. They were uploaded to the case. I also originally had an appointment with the property owner on July the 30th of 2024 to take photos of the RV, but no one showed up, no one came to the door. But I have previously had contact with the property owner via email and phone calls. The city is requesting an additional 60 days to gain compliance, or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. And you believe 60 days is a reasonable time at this point?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
okay.
I'm sorry. Myself, like I said, and the property owner have been, steadily in conversations.
Okay.
And so he's in agreement. It's just a matter of getting the permit. He said the RV is compliant because I told him it needed to be couldn't be on the grass. It had to be on pavers or some sort of padding, and he said it is. I went out to take the pictures yesterday, and unfortunately, I couldn't. So until I can verify that, I can't say that it's complied. But
Okay.
those are the only two. The fence is definitely the main thing, so he knows, and he says he has a fence permit in. It's just a matter of getting all of that taken care of.
Okay, great. Thank you. We request the testimony, the case file be admitted into evidence for the record. Special Magistrate.
Okay, so we just have the fence permit, and then you need to verify that the vehicle itself is now in
Yes.
proper registered and
Yes, sir.
code compliant, but it's parked in the right place now.
It is screened by the fence, obstructing it from the next property. It's just it cannot be on the grass, and so.
Gotcha.
So he says it's complied, but I just need to verify.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, sir.
The testimony and photographs and documents are part of the record. Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? There is not, but the city does have proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property remains in violation of City Codes 94-487-B3 and 94-302-A3, but I will find compliance with the other code sections that were originally cited. I'll allow an additional 60 days to cure the violation. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 17808 45th Street, CE 24052040. Number 17808 45th Street.
All right. Good morning, Code Officer Kay Weaver again. While riding through my zone, I observed several violations at 808 45th Street. I took photos of the property which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I then initiated my investigation, citing the following violations: 18106-A, clean and sanitary, which has been complied; 18-106I, litter, trash, and debris, which has been complied; 94-302-A-3, fence permits. The notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on May the 24th of 2024. The affidavit of posting was completed on May the 24th, 2024, and a copy was placed in the case file. Certified and regular mail was sent to the mailing address listed on PAPA on May the 24th of 2024. Certified mail was returned. I revisited the property on July the 30th of 2024 and observed the property still in violation of 94-302-A-3. When re-inspection photos were taken on July the 30th of 2024 showing the remaining violation, they were uploaded to the case. I have had contact with the property owner Hiram Calera, and his representative, Maria Rodriguez. They are asking for an additional 60 days to obtain the fence permit. The city is requesting an additional 60 days to gain compliance, or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing further, Special Magistrate?
Nothing further, you said?
Nothing further, sorry.
All right. Testimony and the records or photographs are made part of the record. Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent? Respondent is not present. The city has proper notice with posting following the return certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence, the found property remains in violation of City Code 94-302A3, but has complied with other violations that were listed in the original notice. I'll allow 60 days for compliance. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 223412 Greenwood Avenue, CE 24062086. Number 223412 Greenwood Avenue.
All right, good morning. My name is Donald Lattimore, currently employed with the City of West Palm as a code enforcement officer. While on routine patrol, I saw a trash container that was in public view at the property 3412. Excuse me. At the property 3412 Greenwood Avenue. Yes, it's number 22, correct? Gotcha. Okay. Wanted to make sure. Sorry about that, you guys. At the property 3412 Greenwood Avenue, this property is occupied. I initiated my investigation at the property on June 5th, 2024. There I observed the following violations: 74-34-A-1-H. Trash container in public view, 94-442-C-1, landscape maintenance, 94-442-E, parkway landscape maintenance. The city issued a NOV to the property owner, which identified the violations, my contact information, and notice of this hearing. The notice of violation was noticed by certified mail and regular mail on June 10th, 2024 by the city's clerk. I posted the notice of violation on the property and City Hall on June 11th, 2024. I completed an affidavit of posting on June 11th, 2024, and it is in the case file. I revisit the property on July 25th and observed the property not to be in compliance with the following sections: 94-442-C-1, which is the landscape maintenance, 94-442-E, which is the parkway landscape maintenance. I took the photographs at the initial investigation and when I revisited the property. The following photographs show the violation still exists on the property. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violation I observed during my investigation. I have not made contact with the property owner and was not made aware of anyone attending this hearing. The city asks for 30 days to comply. If no compliance, a daily fine of $100. And so really fast, I just wanted to note that on the 25th, when I went out to inspect the property, I see that there was some landscape work that was done in the swell area, but it's not approved landscaping.
It's ground cover.
It's not approved landscaping. It was approved land, which has to be grass or approved plant material. So it's not approved landscaping. And then I also noticed nearby the front, the reason why I did not comply, the front yard grass is towards the front of the home. It's not completely filled in. So I was thinking that if they were to move the mulch or the wood chips that they put in the soil area, they can possibly put it up there. And then also during my follow-up inspection, I did notice that the right side of the property, which I'm glad that a representative is here, is starting to, there are some foundation and structural issues. But as it stands right now, the swell is not complied and the landscape maintenance is not complied.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
Is the trash can in public view, is that complied?
Yes, that's the only one that's complied as
Thank
of
you.
the July 25th.
As of January this
Well, hang on, ma'am. I'll be with you in a second.
Just real quickly, and your recommendation is 60 days and $100 thereafter if non-compliance?
For the landscape maintenance, it's 30 days and a 100-day daily fine.
So it's 30 days for, how many, I'm sorry, just for clarity, how many, you have 3 listed violations. Are all 3 still in non-compliance?
No, the trash can has been removed out of public view.
Okay, thank
The
you.
swell has been covered with unapproved plant or grass material. If that material is removed, which can be done within the 30-day time frame and placed in front of the home, that will comply the landscape nearby the home violation. The swell area needs to have grass or approved plant material. Both of them can be achieved if you decide to sod it with grass within a 30-day time period. Yep.
And have you had any contact with this lady that's
No
present?
contact
I
with
called
no.
and he didn't call me back.
Thank you, ma'am. And the photographs truthfully and accurately depict the violations being discussed today?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. We would request the code enforcement officer's testimony, the case file, and the photographs be admitted into evidence for the record, please.
Testimony and photographs are part of the record. One quick question before I come over to you, ma'am.
Sure.
Does any of the landscape work require permits, or can that just be done?
No, it can be done if it's approved plant material. It
Okay.
can be done, no permit.
But there's not a permitting process that we need to worry about in terms of the 30 days. It's just getting it done.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Let me go ahead and get your name and address on the record, and then the floor will be yours to ask questions or tell me about what's going on with the case.
Lori Ferguson, I live at 3412 Greenwood Avenue, West Palm Beach. In January of this year, I put in a new foundation. At that time, we found that the south wall was unattached to the bottom of the house by 7 inches. I have had a pest problem. I have had bugs. I have had snakes. I have now a contract. They started work, I moved out July 12th of this year. Haven't been in there for weeks now. They've started work on it to repair the south wall and repair my joists and flooring. And so I have not put in grass in the front of the house because they'll be working right there and they'll ruin anything that I put there. I would like an extension till the work is done on the house to finish the landscaping. I have spent over $100,000 since January.
Does your contractor have a sense for how much time they're going to need to get that
He
work
gave
done?
me a 2 to 3 month time period,
Okay.
November-ish.
Okay. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to get that in my mind.
I'm trying. I didn't know. I work at Home Depot. The plants that I put in the swale are considered ground cover, and it says in the notice that I got, it needed to be a ground cover or grass, and I took that to mean I could use the ground cover that I bought in the swale. I will remove it and put it to the front wherever. My issue is, though, is putting it there, and this construction that is going on may tear it up. And I would like to wait until November when my construction is done to re-landscape the front.
No, that makes sense to me. I'm going to give you that time to get this done. I agree with you. I think it doesn't make sense to put all that landscaping in while you have contractors doing serious construction work on the building. But when that's done, the proper ground cover does need to be put into place. Just looking at the code, it does say ground cover or other suitable plant material. So I think, and I'll let Mr. Lattimore expand on this a little, tell us what can be
Sure.
considered appropriate ground cover for that area?
For starters, back with the landscaping, I figured that it was going to be an issue working on the home, getting there. Hence the reason why I recommend all of the mulch that you currently have in the swell to just remove it to the front so I can comply it that way. Not only would that give them a place to walk while they're doing the construction, it'll also take care of the dirt so it won't be as a messy place. So if you're going to move all of that, you can add it to the front to comply that case. The additional time frame I'll leave up to you, but I don't see the need for it. As far as the approved plant material, it is grass. Primarily, we like to use grass. The mulch stuff can get into the sewer, and it can rain and flood out, and then you're right back to the same problem. So I do believe one of them is give me 1 second. I do have a list of approved plant material that I can speak with you afterwards and give you a list of approved plant material.
Sounds like a great idea. All right, anything else from the city?
No, that'll be all. Thank you.
Ma'am, is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Okay, so we have proper notice in this case. Ms. Ferguson is present at today's hearing. The city has proper notice documents in its file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I'm going to find the property has complied with City Code 7434A1H, but remains in violation of the other two code sections. Based on the construction circumstances going on at Ms. Ferguson's residence, I'm going to believe that the construction work will be done in 90 days, and then I'm going to give you 30 days after that to get everything buttoned up. So that's 120 days to cure the violation. After that, I will assess the daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved. So you do want to make sure you hit that 120-day mark. And please stay in touch with Mr. Lattimore. He'll be able to give you some guidance on what the appropriate ground cover, what's acceptable under the city code, and get that all taken care of, okay? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, number 8, 1000 Sunset Road, CE 24072256, number 8, 1000 Sunset Road.
Good morning, Officer Underwood, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement.
Good morning.
Morning.
While patrolling my assigned zone, I did witness the following violations at said property. 1000 Sunset Road. This property was initially cited July 10th, 2024. Certified mail was sent on July 11th. Both the City Hall and property were posted July 10th, and certified mail was returned July 22nd. This property was cited for 94-442-C-1, landscape areas must be grass. 74-34-A-1-H, which is trash can public view. 22-32-A, which is certificate of use. 94-482-A, off-street parking, unpaved parking. 74-4-C-5, clean to the center of the alleyway or adjoining right-of-way. 74-1, obstruction of the right-of-way or sidewalk. 18106B, excessive weeds and growth. 22-441, business tax, business license for rental. 94-442-E, landscape swale of parkway. I have been in contact with the property owner who is here today. I have walked the property with her and expressed the violations that are there, and we talked about a plan to rectify the situation. She has begun work with the property, but as of yesterday hasn't fully complied the property according to what we need. So the city is requesting additional 90 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Okay.
And thank you. And the property owner who's present is agreeable to the 90 days? as a
Yes.
reasonable time to
Correct.
cure the violations?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Special Magistrate?
Thank you. The photographs I've reviewed and the officer's testimony are part of the record. Ma'am, if you could put your name and address on the record, and then the floor will be yours to either ask any questions you have or tell me about what's going on with the case.
I don't really have any questions. I'm only allowed to put a certain amount of piles out per week, so,
Are you Nina Olander?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to get your name on the record, so make sure we knew who we were talking to. Go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I've been clearing up the property, doing my best, and I have pictures of the piles I had put out, and there's only a certain amount that I could do each week.
Okay.
So, but I did clear the right-of-ways, and I'm working on removing the rest.
Do you agree, do you think you can get it brought in for a landing in the next 3 months? The 90 days that the city's recommending?
I'd like 90 days, yes.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, ma'am?
Well, I do have tenants living there, and I believe that they're still parking where they're not supposed to be, so I had an idea that I'm just going to block it somehow, maybe with cinder blocks or something, you know, temporary, so they don't cross the line.
I would suggest staying in touch with Mr. Underwood on that to make sure, I don't want you to create a new problem by solving an existing issue. So my suggestion would be stay in touch, and you guys can talk through how to comply that in that fashion. I don't want you to create a new violation by doing something that you're not allowed to do. I'm not saying what you're thinking isn't permissible. I just want you to make sure you stay in touch with them and talk through it.
I'm not there 24 hours a
Sure.
day.
No, I understand. All right. Anything else from the city?
No, sir.
And just to, well, everything, nothing is cured at this point. There's been forward progress, but
So
all the
the
violations.
unpaved parking, the vehicle that was parked in the grass, if you go back to the pictures, you see it. The tenant, I did speak with him. He was uncooperative, and I anticipate him reparking there again, so the city would like to get a finding of fact for that.
Okay.
But other than that, everything else is still
Okay.
open. She's done some work already, as you can see in the pictures, for the non-compliance pictures, but she's not 100% on the parkway and things like that. And it's due to being allowed to put so much out per week. So she's working on it.
Okay, very good.
I have pictures.
If you'd like me to look at the pictures that you have, I'm happy
They're in
to.
the non-compliance pictures, Monique.
Well,
I have pictures also.
okay, well, it is cleared up. I could show you before and after, so. if
Okay,
you
I mean,
want
I
to see.
certainly have no reason to doubt what you're telling me.
Okay, the problem is going to be that parking, and I'm doing my best, you know, I'll give them another notice.
Okay. Well,
And they do have notice to leave anyway.
all right, and I wish I had a silver bullet for you on that, but I don't. Okay, so in this case, first of all, city has proper notice. Ms. Olander is present, and you have the proper notice documents in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find property remains in violation as cited, although there is forward progress towards compliance. I'm going to accept the city's recommendation and allow an additional 90 days to cure the outstanding violations. After that, I will assess daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved, so you do want to make sure you hit that 90-day mark so you don't have to worry about accruing any
Yeah,
fines.
I know,
Okay?
okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Next case, number 1-1801 18th Way, CE 24052049, number 1-1801 18th Way.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 28th, a rental inspection was conducted at 1801 18th Way. Upon inspection, it was determined that a shower was replaced without proper permits. I then failed that inspection. City issued an NOV with the with these violations. 105.1, failure to secure building permits. 22-441, rental license violation, failed inspection. Must pass inspection to obtain rental license. Certificate of use. 22-32-A. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted July 17th. Certified mail and regular mail was sent out May 31st. Certified mail was signed for July 25th. I've been in constant contact with the property owner since said inspection. He's been working diligently to obtain the required permits. As of this morning, the permits have been applied for. That permit application was submitted on July 9th. The status as of this morning on that permit is that fees are required. With that being said, city's recommending 90 days to obtain the permit. By obtaining this permit will comply the rental inspection. So 90 days to obtain the permit, or $200 a day until compliance is achieved.
Great, thank you. And was this communicated to the property owner, that 90 days or is that reasonable time to comply?
Yes, because the application is in. It just has to move through the process.
Okay, and the
I
process.
can't fathom it would take 90 days for that to happen.
Okay. Nothing further at this time, Special Magistrate.
So, and just so that I'm clear, the building permit issue is what's holding up the certificate of use?
Correct.
So once the building permit is taken care of, everything else falls into place?
It'll
Got
flow
it.
right.
Okay. Yes, sir, if you could tell me your name and address, and then the floor is yours. You can ask any questions you have or tell me about the case.
Absolutely. My name is Samuel Joseph. I am the property owner for the property at 1801 18th Way, West Palm Beach, Florida.
Yes, sir.
33407. What initiated the code inspection was my application for certificate of use for me to be able to rent out the property. Mr. Paul McFarlane came over to the property. We spoke. He explained to me what the violation was. It was something I inherited when I purchased the property. I wasn't aware at the time. He explained to me what the violation was. Reached out to a couple of contractors, went into some issues, finding the right contractor for the work at a reasonable price. We have submitted the permit request. I spoke with the general contractor yesterday. He told me that the permit was kicked back last week, I believe on Friday, for some plan. Plans were submitted on Monday morning. He sounds confident that the permit should be issued by the end of the week. We have labor in place. As soon as the permit is issued, we'll go ahead and address the violation, call for an inspection, and it should get it addressed.
Well, it sounds like 90 days should be plenty of time then.
It should be.
Okay.
Just for the record, the property is currently vacant.
Yes.
So as far as the certificate of use, it's been applied for, all of that will be addressed.
Very good. Thank you very much. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
That'll be all.
All right, thank you. Anything else from the city?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. McFarland. Then, city has proper notice. Mr. Joseph is present at today's hearing, and you have the signed certified mail in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence I've reviewed, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I will go ahead and set 90 days for compliance. That should be plenty of time in this case, based on what I've heard. If compliance is not achieved within the 90 days, I will assess the daily fines of $200 per day. So you want to make sure you hit that 90-day mark. And if there's a problem, stay in touch with Mr. McFarland.
Trying to push through because right now it's costing me a lot.
No, it sounds like that your guys are way closer.
Yeah, we're working
to 90
together.
days,
Yeah,
so
we're working together.
Good deal. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Case number 13-417 16th Street, CE 24072248.
Morning.
Good morning. John Frasco, West Palm Beach Code. This property was cited for grounds maintenance. notice of service. The property was posted on July 10th of 2024 and certified in regular mail was sent out also in July of 2024. That information was taken from the property appraiser's office and also researched through the Limited Liability Corporation. So let me give you a little background on this case. It actually, since I handle the chronic nuisance for the entire city, a complaint came to me asking me if I could make this property a chronic nuisance, and there was no reoccurring event that I could base this on. However, there was a case that was written prior to this that was inclusive of the landscape maintenance and is running fines. So hence, because of the condition of this property, and you see the originating pictures, that the city sent out a notice for an immediate abatement to get this on the agenda to get it heard because of the unsanitary conditions of this property, which included vagrant activity that occupied this. So for this particular case, what was cited in ground maintenance was 74-4-C-4, which is an obstruction of the right-of-way where the hedges are growing across the sidewalk. 74-4-C-3, that the grass weeds exceed 6 inches. 18-106A, which is the sanitary conditions of the ground and property, and 18-106B, which is excessive flora, and 74-4-C-5, which outlines cleaning up the entire premise, including half the alleyway, easements, parkways, and swales. So as the case progressed, I posted the property. I heard nothing from the owners of the property at that point. And just recently, I've heard from the owner, which was yesterday, which I guess are here today, to address the issue. So I went out yesterday and did an inspection, and the property was not complied, and you see photographs of non-compliance as of yesterday. But since I had the conversation with the owner, he said he was going to get somebody out there to clean up the property. So I went first thing this morning and took pictures of what was partially complied on the property, and if we want to go there to see what the current pictures look like this morning, which I think are very relevant to non-compliance. That is the rear of the property. In the corner, you can see all the excessive overgrowth that's still there.
Just 1 second. You said this morning or yesterday?
Right.
The timestamp is on 30th.
No, there's another one. That was
Okay.
from yesterday. There's
Okay.
another one that I took this morning that I placed in there. So we're on the wrong folder. But it's okay to go through these photos because you can see the actual condition of this property. That was as of yesterday. Monique, you could switch to the 731 that I took this morning. Should be in there. I put it in this morning. I put the photographs in this morning specifically for 731.
Okay. If they're not there, you'd have to proceed, Mr. Frosca, at this point, if we don't have them.
Why are they not in there? Yeah, I could explain, but I think it's very germane to what the condition is to have those pictures.
Sure, I understand, but if the pictures aren't in the case file, there's nothing that we can do. We can't present something that's not existent, and I understand
It
you
is,
put them
I
in
can
there.
get them.
Oh, you,
I can get them. They're at my desk.
Oh, I thought you could get them from, it depends if the special
I don't know
magistrate
why
wants
they're
to
not.
continue. I don't,
Honestly, I don't know why they're not in there, because that was the most important part. It was the first thing that I did this morning.
it's up to the special magistrate if he wants to recall the case for the photographs. Otherwise, you may.
No, I have no problem with Mr. Frasca if you want to go get the pictures and either re-upload them or bring them in a different medium, whatever you need to do.
Well, part of it is because, and I didn't review, they came in at the last minute when we were getting ready to be sworn in. They have other pictures that they would like to show of the condition of the property, and I wanted, if there was anything contradictory in there, because you can always take pictures of what you comply, but not pictures of what you don't. So that's why I thought it was important.
Why don't we hit the pause button on this case just for a minute? You go get the pictures that you need to get, and we'll take another matter in the meantime, and then we'll come back in just a few minutes. That's fine.
Okay, number 19, 907 6th Street, CE 24051992, number 19, 907 6th Street.
That's number 13.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Code Enforcement Officer Luster for the City of West Palm. The property was posted in City Hall on 7/10/2024. Certified mail was signed on 5/23/2024. I have spoke with the property manager, and the property was cited for the following violations: landscaping of Swelling Parkway, trash cans in public view, overgrowth, clean and sanitary conditions, certificate of use, rental license, junk and abandoned vehicle, removal of a prohibited vehicle, and landscaping of property, unpaid parking, and cutting back a tree that was encroaching on the neighboring property, hurricane hazard.
Okay.
The following violations have been complied: is the junk inoperable vehicle, the removal of the prohibited vehicle, unpaid parking has complied, and all other violations are still outstanding. I'm asking for 45 days or $150 per day afterwards.
How many days did you say? I'm sorry.
45.
45?
Yes,
Got
sir.
it.
And what's remaining is basically the landscaping for managing the overgrowth on the property and landscaping of the swells, cleaning up all of the dead vegetation, or the tree droppings, for leaves and so forth. The rental license and certificate is still outstanding, and sodding any open space of landscaping that's just dirt. And I think the 45 days would be enough, and the pictures I took, and they are verified by myself.
Okay, thank you. Just requesting that the the case file, as well as the photographs and the testimony of the code enforcement officer being admitted into evidence as the record.
Yes, that is all part of the record in this case. Good morning, sir. If you can go ahead and put your name and address on the record, and then the floor will be yours to ask any questions or tell me about what's going on with the case.
Yes, good morning. My name is Joel, the newly appointed manager for these investors. I work with Valerie a lot, so we know each other. So pretty much on this, my address is 1645 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, Suite 1200.
That was a video, so keep going.
So on this violation for 907 6th Street, I was recently appointed as the manager here. The investors, they're not in this area at all. They received the notice a while back, which I get it, they weren't compliant at all until I stepped in. I cleared the vegetation, which I have pictures I shared with Valerie. I trimmed all the trees, all the overgrowth was taken care of. I did sod the property. I got the landscapers to go out and sod the property. The only thing that was left on my list, which the tenant removed the vehicle, I guess the food truck that was there. The trash cans, it's out of my control. We spoke to the tenant, they moved, they put it back. It's back and forth ongoing issue. But the only thing that I have on my list that pretty much that I see that is outstanding is the certificate of use, which I am currently working on that. There are some repairs that needs to be done inside. I deal with rental license a lot, inspections, so I know what they're looking for. So I did not want to really apply for something and then they come out and fail it. So I'm working diligently with these investors to try to get the stuff done inside, so that way I can, pretty much apply for the certificate of use. So that's what I have outstanding on my list. I know this morning, Valerie told me that the landscaping has grown up since I put the sod down, which is fine. We'll get that taken care of. But as far as the trees and everything else, it's all done. The owners are asking for at least 60 days. I know you mentioned 45, but we're asking for 60 days to get everything taken care of, and
All right, and I'm guessing that Ms. Luster or anyone else from the city has not been out to take a look since you've done the work that you just told me you did?
Well, yes.
Because they're going to need to inspect that.
Yeah, the work was done. It was inspected. However, it had been about 2-3 weeks, and the grass grew up since they put the sod down that we placed on the front yard. So I know if she went out there yesterday, she's gonna see a little bit of overgrowth there because the sod that we put down has grown up since. So now we can go ahead and cut it since it has been 2 weeks. It was freshly put down.
What about like the tree trimming? That was something
That's all completed.
Okay,
Everything is all done with the trees.
but that still needs to be inspected.
Yes.
Yes,
I guess.
The tree trimming was done, but what the problem is, there are black olive trees.
Yeah.
And black olive trees put off a lot of waste. So they actually need to go in and rake the property, bag the trash up, put the trash out, because as long as the dead vegetation is on there, I can't even see new grass because
Okay.
it's so much dead vegetation that's on the grass. It's some parts of the grass that was already, I don't know if you know the difference between grass, but some was Bahia grass. And Bahia grass is a real fast-growing grass, but if it's being smothered by the tree waste, then it's not gonna grow either. So you may put grass down, but if you keep the dead vegetation on, it's a lot of it. So that, he cut away the tree, but it never raked the property. So that needs to be done. The swale needs to be sodded or a plant-proof material. You can't, and it's basically just covered with dead vegetation from the black olive trees. So
Okay.
that part is also inclusive of that code of cutting back the tree. So it goes hand in hand. The garbage cans, I have not seen them been removed from the front of the property. They live on the front of the property. That is something that he'll have to get an understanding with the tenant on. The rental license, and once they remove all of the dead vegetation, maybe I'll see that they did install grass.
Okay.
But until that happens, then it's still out of compliance.
Okay. So you understand what Ms. Luster is saying?
Yes, I do understand, but the trees were removed before we put the sod, so I wasn't sure where everything was prepped before, so I wasn't sure where. The only thing I can say is maybe the sod area that, as she mentioned, that the swale area, that was not sod, that I could say that maybe you have the vegetation there, dead leaves maybe, but the trees were cut before we sod it, so.
What I'm hearing is there's a lot of ground debris that needs
Yes,
to
it
be,
is. A
that
lot
needs
of
to be
ground
raked
debris.
up and getting rid of.
And they still need to clean the driveway and sidewalk.
Well, I'm going to give you the 60 days you're asking for it. I don't think that's unreasonable, but you need to get this all done, and the city has to sign off on it, so.
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
No, that's about it.
Anything else from the city?
No, sir. In the
Okay.
60 days, it's fine.
City, pardon me?
The 60 days is fine.
Okay. City has proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property remains in violation as cited, except that the property is in compliance with City Code 94-487B1, 34-102A, and 94-482A, and those are the code sections that all have to do with the prohibited vehicles and the parking. I'll find the property remains in violation of the other code sections that were cited. I'm going to allow 60 days to cure the violations that are outstanding. After that, though, I will assess daily fines of $150 per day until compliance is achieved, so you want to make sure you hit that 60-day mark so you don't have to worry about the fines.
Okay,
All
no
right,
problem.
thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, back to number 13, 417 16th Street, CE 24072248, number 13.
All right, let's go back to this.
Okay, thank you.
Agenda item 13.
I apologize for that. I don't know what happened, but I attached the photos into EPL, which is our program, but I also printed them out just in case they don't show up. But they're in
All
there.
right.
Okay, so there they are. Okay, so that's a picture of the front of the house. So you can see all of that debris, the litter, the vegetative debris. We can move to the next one. Okay, that's part of the sidewalk that faces the west side of the house, and you can see that hole, and it would take better if it was lighter out when I took the pictures, but that's all that hasn't been cleaned up, the excessive flora in there and the debris. We'll go to the next one. Okay, that is the back of the yard. Okay, so you can see all of this, the overgrowth still back there, and the debris, the vegetative debris, and the trash and debris and litter that's still there. And the same,
Like
that is
chunks
in the
of
back of the
concrete?
garage.
I'm sorry, is that like chunks of concrete? Is it that
Some
way?
some of it is chunks of concrete, but
Like in the, yeah.
right, others is just, different pieces of litter and debris that's mixed in with there.
Okay.
And then the next one. Okay, and that's the front, that's on the west side of the property by the garage. You can still see the litter that was there from yesterday that still hasn't been removed. Yep. Right, and that's the sidewalk where there still shows the hedges are into the sidewalk, and at one that sticks out the furthest, that's still at least 1 foot into the city's right of way.
So those
And
need to be
the
trimmed back perpendicular to the edge of the sidewalk.
Right, the principle is when I actually speak to someone is to cut it further back from the right of way, because they're going to grow, and then they would be obstructing the right of way readily. So there should be, when you prune or trim or cut, you should trim them properly so that you're not in a violation situation immediately when they start to grow. But I haven't had that conversation, so hence this is where we're at.
Okay.
Okay. And and that's part of the west side of the property. That is the parkway area between the sidewalk and the curb. That is the front of the house. You can see there's still overgrowth there. You can still see that there's debris there and that it's not cleaned up. Okay.
That's it? Okay, thank you. Nothing further,
Okay.
Special Magistrate?
What is the city's recommendation on this?
Well, because the property appeared to be abandoned by the looks of it and neglected from the original time that it was cited, and there was a prior case that was written that included landscape maintenance and it was running fines, when I wrote the notice up, the city needed an immediate abatement on this issue, because I didn't even think the owners would show up or be here or respond to it. So I actually wrote that in the notice because of the unsanitary conditions that the city would like to be able to remedy this problem. As long as I've been doing this, I've never run into this type of either are complied or not complied. We either abate it or they're running fines on the property. So, I would like to hear what the...
Well, so,
we
is it
can
your
come to a
opinion that
decision.
that these violations constitute threat to the public health, safety, and welfare?
Oh, I believe that it does in its face value when you go back and, if Monique accused, that was the right, to show that just the trash and debris in the back. Keep in mind, there's another case that's going to follow this for an unsecured garage on the property, so that we had vagrants that were camping out and staying in the property. So that in itself, draws a huge issue about, health and safety. When vagrants camp out on a property, there's excrement all over the yard, so I have to be careful as how I walk through the yard.
Is that still a going on problem?
No, and the next case, we could address that because they actually secured the garage.
Okay. Oh, I see.
But, right, so if because like I said, we're usually not in the situation where we have partial compliance and then someone shows up, because usually if they're abandoned, we just order the abatement and do it, and then, so if the owners would like to respond to that, and then we'll maybe come to a consensus, I think.
Okay. Okay, gentlemen, if whoever wants to go first, you can put your name and address in the record, and I assume you're affiliated with Rogue Real Estate Services, LLC.
Yes, good morning, Special Magistrate.
Sir.
I'm Sean Rodriguez. I'm the owner of 417 16th Street. Good morning, Madam Attorney. As far as this property is concerned, I do have photos again as of yesterday. They do show, for what he shows, like there is litter, etc. It is constantly littered over there. I put no dumping signs, as well as and put them in concrete and like a full sign. I've spoken to code enforcement before with Todd Underwood, and the neighborhood rips them out and throws them away. This property has had issues prior to me owning it a year ago. There's people camping out in the backyard. There's already vagrants here, and this property is on the corner of across the street from probably, one of the worst motels or hotels or apartment buildings in the area. I don't blame them for that. That's my still issue to deal with for as far as littering, but it is constantly littered. I can be there today, and on Friday there will still be more litter with beer bottles and unsanitary things. I did not know that I was still under violation as of only a month ago did I really realize that I still was. I have pictures showing that I had originally taken care of this in August of last year. With full photos showing everything that was discussed. This property was always secure, and then they broke into the property. So if you saw the photos, I don't know if it showed on there, but they chipped into it through the garage door, as well as this is my neighbor, like direct adjacent neighbor, who's seen them rip out my AC and then come in, and they made it issue. I've had contractors go there, and they've been trying to work on the inside. Since then, they've stole over $5,000 worth of appliances from me, a toilet, peed in on my flooring, and I've tried to rehab the property because I know at the end of the day, the agenda for this magistrate in this entire section of the city is to clean it up, to make it better, so that way we don't have these issues moving forward. I'm a little nervous, sorry.
You're doing great.
But I have a $70,000 fine. And so I understand I do not want to cause an issue for the city. I'm happy to go and just remove the bushes, so that way that's no longer an issue. As far as the actual safety of the property, I'm in multiple group chats and have been in multiple group chats with officers, and I have no trespassing signs all over my property. As far as the back of the property, I did not realize that the trash back there to remove right away was still my responsibility, as it was in the back of my yard, not in a public viewing. So I will remove that, and that will be of no issue. But once again, I do have pictures time-stamped showing that I did originally take care of this issue. So I don't know if this is the right court, and I could totally be wrong and handle it another time, but I would request that the fines previously are removed if possible, and I can restart them on July 12th when I got this new notice. I had someone there to watch the property when I realized I was still in a violation. He was stabbed in the face by 4 different guys who jumped him while he was there defending the property, as well as I had a landscaper coming here on, they went there on Saturday with him and his sons, and that's when they resecured the garage as well as resecured the back door. He went on Monday to take care of the bushes and the litter and everything. 4 guys came up to him, asked him if he had work. He said, I don't have any work. They said, well, give me your phone, and they tried to jump him as well. So I understand this is my responsibility. The area itself is unsafe. I'm not creating the unsafety. And so it is very hard to manage in that capacity because I'm not gonna go get stabbed at this property because you guys want me to cut the bushes. You know, and I want to do that, but I can't take that risk. I have a family as well. So I want to get these issues handled. I don't want this to be a problem. I'm happy to clear all the litter again today. I don't even need 30 days or 60 days. Give me the end of the week. I will finish it, and I'm happy to be accountable.
Okay, so let's take this stuff one step at a time. I'm happy to look at the pictures you brought. Why don't you, if you want to show them to Mr. Frasca first, and then I'll take a look.
This is the photos from yesterday. These are the photos from August. As far as the bush is not 1 foot out, you will be able to see that in the photos. It may still need to be a little bit trimmed though, so I will do that.
Thank you, sir.
Objections to that,
Okay.
and I don't know the relevance of this.
Are these the photos from,
That's from yesterday, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
may I just inquire, are the photos, are these photos, do they differ than what Mr. Frasca's photos depict from this morning?
As far as the bush it does, overall, no, they're very similar
Right,
in that capacity.
okay. The bush being a foot out is a discrepancy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If I remember your testimony correctly, these are from like August or
So I have one set of
last year?
photos that are from yesterday, and then one set of photos that are from August, and they're totally packaged differently, so you'll know which ones are which. I also tried to find the, I don't know what it's called, but like the report from when the guy was stabbed on my property, just so you guys know that like, hey, like there was people here watching it, et cetera, to secure it. But I tried to find it as of yesterday through the public records, and they're still waiting to get back to me. I didn't realize I had this meeting until yesterday. I've been in touch with Todd Underwood, and he told me that he gave Fresco my contact as of yesterday. But I spoke with him, and he didn't realize I was going to have that. This may be something until Monday. It's now Wednesday, so I apologize for not.
Just for some clarity, these
ma'am.
photos are from
Yesterday, ma'am.
yesterday,
Yes,
so we
ma'am.
just will mark for the special magistrate 7:30, since we have 2 sets of photos here. Mr. Frasca, if you don't mind. And just may I inquire, from Mr. Frasca, are there fines since August levied on this property, to your knowledge?
I went and I looked and I couldn't find anything, so,
Okay.
but I believe that the manager, Mark Joyce, sent out a letter, because he reviewed that there were fines running on the property. But
And
it
I'm-
wasn't,
sorry.
it wasn't so germane to this case as the existence of what is there today.
Yes. And I apologize, I didn't mention earlier, I put inside of the other packet from last August, me trying to fax over the information over to Todd, and I have multiple phone records. I didn't include in there because I live in Miami, so I had 2 hours this morning to go and get here, as well as like print out all these documents after cleaning up the property yesterday. But I have phone records trying to reach out to the code enforcers to show them the photos, as well as failed faxes, to show them, hey, I was in compliance as of August.
Up to the magistrate, I would say, to look at.
This is
it.
unoccupied as we sit here
Unoccupied,
today,
yes, sir.
correct? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just so that the record is clear, I have a series of photographs dated July 30th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 photographs, and a agreement with Speedy General Painting to do yard maintenance, regular yard maintenance work, and that's dated. What is that dated? I don't see it.
I signed it at the bottom, it was as
Is
of
this
yesterday.
a new agreement?
That was written up as of yesterday. Those are the guys that helped me cut as of yesterday.
Okay. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, the date's at the bottom,
Yeah,
July 30th, 24. So that packet is part of the record, and then the second packet that been provided was a notice of violation dated July 5th, 2023, and then a series of photographs. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 photographs from August 27th of 2023, and some email and fax correspondence associated with those. So those are part of the record as well.
Magistrate, if I may, we have no objection to the 7/30/2024 photos. However, we don't see the relevance of the other photos and correspondence submitted for last year, August 2023, being germane to this case at hand today, just for the record.
Objection is noted. I'm going to make those part of the record over the city's objection.
Okay.
Okay, so I have those documents in the record.
Can I ask for some clarification?
Beg your pardon?
Can I ask for some clarification?
Yes.
So my backyard is under like non-compliance. Is that a section that I would have to have compliant for you guys? Like if I have trash back there and trash bags and stuff, is that still with the public?
Absolutely. The entire premise, it says it in the code, the entire premise must be clean.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Anything else? Did you have any testimony from your neighbor that you wanted to put on the record?
Well, my name is Hector Lasso. I live on 415 16th Street. He is right. He did post no dumping sign in front of his yard, but that area, they just dump whatever they want. There's an apartment complex that you can see it on, I don't know if you saw it in the pictures, but there's an apartment complex right in front of his house. And there's people that are just hanging around, and half of them that stay around that neighborhood are the ones that actually go and break into his neighborhood, into his house, and stay in there. That was been going on for years.
Okay.
And it's just like, he tries to clean it up, but then it just, they just keep dumping stuff. They keep dumping stuff. They loiter, they stay there, that house has a record. You should know it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Does the city have any questions?
Yes, two issues. The photograph that they supply, I have no objection to. However, when we are dealing with the obstruction, the growth into the sidewalk, that picture, the way it's taken and the angle that it's taken looks more compliant. But if you see where the pictures that I took from the sidewalk actually show it protruding into the sidewalk. So it just depends on the angle. So that would be the the one issue. And then the second would be that if you have illegal dumping occurring in your property and you do take active measures to curtail that, then the city takes that into an account. I had spoken to sanitation in the last 4 years. 7 violations were written for that particular problem. The thing is that when you have a property that is unmaintained like this, it's an attraction to these problems. If it's regularly maintained, and I'm active in this neighborhood even throughout the entire city, that there are other properties that do not have these issues going on because they are regularly maintained, and that's what this boils down to.
Is the premises occupied or vacant at this time?
It's vacant.
Okay. Anything else that you'd like to put on the record?
I would just disagree, honestly, as far as the property itself, for it being like, I spoke with Fresco yesterday, and he mentioned broken window syndrome, which is basically where if the property looks vacant, etc., I will employ vagrants to come to my property. That's not the reason. I'm sure my neighbor can attest to that. It's because I'm on the corner of literally the worst section of where I am.
Is the property vacant?
The property is vacant.
Okay.
So that littering and everything else, it's not because of it looking vacant. I've had roofers, once again, I put on a new roof with the new permit. I've removed a tree. I've had people there consistently prior. So during that same time, all those same things were still happening. So I don't want it to be chalked up to, hey, you didn't do your job and that's why it's that way. The neighborhood is poor. It's a poorly done neighborhood. Not poorly done neighborhood, but it's not taken care of the way it could be. And that's why there's so much investigations and stuff happening in that neighborhood. So that I don't want it to be chalked up to like, hey, I'm not trying, because I am.
Okay.
So that's the only thing I have to say.
All right, so here's what I want to do. Before I enter an order on that case, I want to hear about the next case too, because you have the next agenda item is the same address, and it has to do with securing the property and boarding the building. So let's put that case on the record, and let's talk about that, and then I will wrap them all up together.
CE 2407-2249 was cited for an unsecured property and a boarding certificate. exactly the same way property was posted, and City Hall was posted on July 10th of 2024. Certified mail and regular mail was sent to the tax roll on July 10th. So if we go to the photos, I can show you where it was and where we are. They should be in there, the most recent ones. Yeah, no, there's, says before and right there, before and after. No. It says before and after. You see it? Right there. Okay. So it shows the way it was before, and that's where vagrants were staying. And then when I came back, because I was out a week, I was ill. So when I came back, I noticed that the garage was secured.
Sorry, say that again, you noticed?
I noticed when I came back to inspect that they secured the garage, so that issue was taken care of.
Okay.
However, the boarding certificate, that was cited because if they did decide to board it instead of taking the route of putting in equipment to actually, the doorknobs and the lock, that they would have to have a certificate. However, if you notice, you see the front structure, there are boards on the building, they're just on the inside. And the ordinance does not differentiate between the inside or outside when they're boarded.
So the boarding is permissible, but it has to go through,
It has to have a boarding certificate on it because they cannot leave the boards like that boarded up because it just by the looks of it, shows that the property is vacant, because we would never allow an occupied property to not have windows that are operating with the proper lighting and the proper ventilation.
So what is the process, real quickly, to get a boarding certificate?
Simple. They apply, they go to the licensing and permits, they apply for it with all the information. That allows them to keep the boards on for 6 months. On the 5th month, they have to, if the house needs rehab or needs to be whole and habitable, they have to supply us with a plan to make the property whole and habitable so that it's not a nuisance to the community, because a vacant property is. That if they do supply us with one that's acceptable, it goes back to the hearing if the boards are still on, and then the magistrate has to make a ruling for how long the boards can stay on should he or she believe that they should.
Thank you.
Okay. So the 18-20 or 214B has complied, but they're still in violation of 18265B. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Anything else? What's your? Let me hear from
Sean.
Yeah, go ahead and put your name and address on the record again. Technically, this is a new case number.
Sean Rodriguez, 417 16th Street. I'm the owner.
Right. Mr. Rodriguez, go ahead. So now we're talking about the boarding of the windows. It's not like originally the case also had to do with the property being unsecured, but that's been taken care of.
Yes. Originally, the property when I bought it was barred. So I unbarred it to make it actually look welcoming for the neighborhood. And so I didn't realize that if the property had permanent metal bars in it that I could not put on the inside boards that are not nailed in. They're just there so that way people stopped breaking into the property, which was the issue. So it was to re-securitize. So I'm happy to go through that process to get permits or whatever it may be for the boards. I just didn't realize that if it had bars on it prior, that would be an issue to put boards on the inside.
Okay. So the boarding certificate will bring this case number into compliance.
If they obtain it.
Obtaining
Or
the
they can
boarding
comply it by taking the boards off of the windows. And that would comply it also, because then there would be no need for a boarding
Right, so there's
certificate.
multiple ways to either leave the boards up and get the boarding certificate, or take the boards down, but the property would still have to be secured with glass windows and appropriate door locks and everything.
Yes, sir.
Got it. All right. You, Mr. Rodriguez, do you understand?
Perfect.
You kind of have different avenues to choose from, but you got to pick one of them.
Yeah, all the windows have locks and everything's good in that capacity. So I understand what I have to do. You gotta if you want it to be secure, then I have to go through the permit process. If I want it to be not in compliance and not secure, then I just have to take the risk on of that. But I won't have an issue as far as compliance anymore. So I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on either case that you want to tell me about?
No.
Anything else from the city?
No, sir.
Okay, so for both cases, we have the case ending in 248. I find proper notice. Case ending in 249. I find proper notice. Respondents present. The city has proper notice documents in its file. For the case ending in
248.
yeah, it's 248, which is agenda item 13. And we'll find the property. I mean, I think you've definitely done some work, picked some stuff up, but it is still in violation. I'm not. The pictures I've seen today, I'm very comfortable that the property is in violation. I'm not sure it rises to the level of a health, safety, welfare threat the way it looks right now, but I can see if it's not regularly taken care of, how that could easily fall into a state of disrepair that does rise to the level. And the reason that's important is that if it does, I'm going to authorize the city to enter the property and abate the violations and assess the costs against you if it's not regularly maintained.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to give you 30 days to cure the violations that exist, picking up all the rest of the trash and debris, keeping the vegetation cut back. The hedge adjacent to the sidewalk needs to be completely off the sidewalk. If that's not done within 30 days, I'll assess daily fines of $150 a day, and I will also, after 30 days, if it's not in compliance, I will authorize the city to enter the property, abate those violations, and assess those costs. On the case ending in 249, I will find that the property complied with City Code 18214B regarding securing the vacant property, but remains in violation of 18265B regarding the boarding certificate. Likewise, I'm going to give you 30 days to cure that. Whichever path you choose to take is up to you, but it needs to be cured. If it's not cured within 30 days, I will also assess $150 per day fines for that violation after the 30-day compliance deadline. And, if it's not proper, well, no, it is secure, so this would, I think, just be a daily fine situation. Now, if this falls into a situation where it becomes unsecured again, I would not hesitate to authorize the city to secure it itself, because the access by vagrants is clearly a problem for the community. So, but it doesn't appear that that's where we are this morning. But just keep that in mind. If it falls back into that situation, I won't hesitate to authorize the city to take matters into its own hands. But for today, it's just 30-day to cure that violation, and after that, daily fines of $150 a day. Okay, and you'll get separate orders for both of those cases. Let's get it all buttoned up.
Excuse me, Special Magistrate?
Yep.
Regarding the 30 days, I thought I heard testimony from the owner that he's willing to remove the debris by the end of the week. Mr. Frott, are you saying the 30 days is too much for the debris because it is a hazard?
I'm just putting 30 days in the order. I'm expecting it's going to get taken care of, but 30 days goes in the order. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Number 18, 1320 7th Street, CE 24051954. Number 18, 1320 7th Street.
Good morning, Officer Luster, West Palm Code, City of West Palm. Property was posted along with City Hall on 7/9/2024. Certified mail was signed on 5/16/2024. I had no contact from property manager or owner until this morning. That's why he's here. The following violation: landscape maintenance, the entirety of the property, excessive growth, for the entire property. Trash cans in public view, clean and sanitary, overgrowth. Replacement of a sliding glass door, window, and cleaning up one half of easement and swell to the public right-of-way. The following violations are all outstanding. None of them are in compliance. And I'm asking for 60 days or $150 per day. And being why I'm asking for the 60 days, a whole new sliding glass door will have to be put in. And I hadn't had no contact from the owner to say, did they even know that the sliding glass door was busted out, first of all. Now he knows. And the other violations is primarily cleaning up the driveway and sidewalk. The tenant that resides there is a constant nuisance of trash and debris and the garbage can on public view. Sometimes it actually lives at the road or on the side of the house in public view. And the overgrowth is just out of hand. It's just out of hand. So I'm asking for those 60 days, I'm sorry.
Does the sliding glass door work require a building permit, or is it just?
To put in a new door, yes, it will.
Okay. Okay.
It will require a permit.
Thank you.
So that's why I asked for the 60 days.
Thank you.
And a fine of how much if the not
$150, ma'am. All of the pictures were taken by myself and verified by myself.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Special Magistrate.
Okay. Hello, sir. Go ahead and put your name and address on the record, and then the floor is yours.
Yeah, hi, this is Ronald Farron. I'm the property manager for this home. The one that used to be taking care of these things, he was let go recently. I was just told about this one on Friday, and I was able to visit the home yesterday, but I did not see the sliding door since this is an occupied home at the moment. I did see the front yard and all the other violation items. I think 60 days seems to be correct, and then it should be done by then.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Anything else from the city?
No, sir.
Okay, city has proper notice with the signed certified mail. Respondent is present at today's hearing. Based on the testimony and the evidence I've reviewed, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I will set 60 days for the time frame to cure the violations. After that, daily fines of $150 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here for the regular agenda, the first part of the agenda, or lien reductions? Lien reductions? Okay, we'll continue with the uncontested matters for the first part of the agenda? Yes. Okay. Number 5 is complied, 5910 South Dixie Highway, CE 24062199. Number 9, 510 56th Street, CE 24041776.
State of West Palm Beach Code Officer Robert Watkins. This property was cited on April the 10th. Certified mail was sent April 10th. Certified mail was received on April 13th. It was delivered. City Hall was posted April 10th. While on patrol, I noticed several violations of the clean and sanitary, numbering standards, overgrowth, paint, maintenance of landscape maintenance, and condition of structure. As of yesterday, the only compliant violations were the 18-103B, which was the condition of structure, and the 18-106G, which was paint. And I revisited the property as of yesterday. I took all the photographs. Every image that I took depicts and accurately depicts what I saw when I was there. I have spoke to the property manager 3 weeks ago, who advised me that the process has started. They were supposed to demo it, but they started reconditioning the home. So with this, the city is requesting additional 40 days at $100 per day after.
And you mentioned you spoke with the property manager?
Yes, ma'am.
So they are aware of the
Yes, ma'am.
violations? Okay. Nothing further, Special Magistrate. We ask for the photographs, the case file, and the testimony of the code enforcement officer be admitted as evidence into the record.
Testimony and photographs are part of the record. Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? Respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice with the received certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property remains in violation as cited, with the exception of City Codes 18106G and 18103B, which have complied. I will require compliance with the outstanding violations no later than 40 days. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 10, 4906 Pinewood Avenue, CE 24031687.
City of West Beach Code Officer Robert Watkins. While on patrol, I noticed a property at 4906 Pinewood Avenue had several violations also with the BTR. The certified mail was, this property was posted on March 28th. Certified mail was sent April 1st. Certified mail was received on April the 8th. Property in City Hall was posted on April the 4th. This property was cited for the business tax receipt renewal, trash and debris, sodding of the swell, overgrowth, rental license, certificate of use, and outdoor storage. As of yesterday, all violations were still outstanding. No violations have come into compliance. I've had no correspondence with either the tenants or the representative of the property. The city is requesting an additional 30 days at $100 per day after.
And you've had no contact with the property owner and property managers?
No, no one.
To your knowledge, the posting, was it removed at any point?
Yeah, it was taken off the door. I went there, someone came out the first time I took pictures, and someone came out again when I took images. But I've sent an email because it was expired. It was on the BTR list, no response. I left voicemail, no response. So then I just post the property and cite it for all the other violations.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further. Special Magistrate?
All right, the testimony and documents are part of the record in this case. Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent? Respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice with the posting and the certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence, to find property remains in violation as cited, I will allow 30 additional days to comply. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 11, CE 24031692 5817 Pinewood Avenue.
Robert Watkins, City of West Beach Code Compliance. This property was cited on March 28th. Certified mail was sent April 1st. Certified mail was received on April 4th. City Hall was posted on April 4th. While on patrol, I noticed the following violations at this property: the outdoor storage, certificate of use, and BTR was expired. Compliant violations as of yesterday were the outdoor storage. The remaining violations are the certificate of use and the business tax receipt is just for renewal. With that, the city is requesting an additional 10 days. Sorry, let me take that back. With the expired BTR, the city is requesting a one-time fine of $200 for the expired BTR.
And for the certificate of use, what's the recommendation?
It's together with it. It's just for the rental
You're just
license
looking
renewal.
for the one-time fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, anything else?
Nothing from the city?
Okay. Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent? Respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice with the received certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property remains in violation of City Codes 82144 and 2232A, but has complied with City Code 9471C regarding outdoor storage. I will assess a one-time fine of $200.
Number 12, 914 13th Street, CE 24072275. Number 12.
John Frosco, West Palm Beach Code. This property was cited for a repeat violation for grounds maintenance. Property was noticed on July 12th of 2024, and City Hall was posted, and the property was posted on July 12th of 2024. So certified mail was sent out, and regular mail was sent out to the tax roll information. So this property was cited for a repeat violation based on our prior adjudicated case back on May 15th for the exact same violations for 74-4-C for obstruction of the right-of-way, 74-4-C3 for grass exceeding 6 inches, 18106A for unsanitary conditions throughout the lot, and 74-4-C for vegetative debris, including half the alleyway easement and right-of-way. To date, as the property is still not in compliance, yesterday I took photographic evidence and placed it in the file, and this morning I did a drive-by inspection to see if there was any compliance, and there is none. So the city would be asking for an abatement for the property, and for the repeat violation, $100 a day until the property is brought into compliance. So whether the owners take hold of the property and comply it themselves, or the city sends the contractor in to comply the property, and then the fines will stop running.
Okay. What was the case? It was from May of this year?
I actually put the order into the notice when it was sent out, but the case that it's based on is CE 24041839, and that was adjudicated by Magistrate Wagner.
And when did that come into compliance?
I don't have the exact date because I sent the contractor in to comply it.
So the city abated the violations,
Yes,
brought
sir.
it into compliance?
We did.
What was the date that you first observed the repeat violations?
I observed it the exact same date, or within that date, maybe the day before. So I would say the date that I sent the notice out, on the 12th, is the day that we could start.
12th
of July.
July 12th. In the previous case, you told me you don't have the exact date. Was it like the month of May,
It was relatively after that time. I mean, if the case is in the information is in, I didn't have it because I didn't think it was really so relevant, but for future, I would have that.
Yeah, I mean, the first case has to come into compliance for the second case to be a repeat.
Oh, it did come into compliance. I would need that date. I guess you're right, Magistrate.
And it was before July 12th, obviously.
If we could look.
Which number?
Case CE 24041839.
Yeah, if you could just tell me the date that came into compliance.
It would be you just look at in the folder for the contract invoice or their photographs, gives us date of when they did it.
Okay. Is it the same case for
No, it's the prior adjudicated case, CE 24041839. I was a code officer that actually cited that case for that property, and did the work order and signed off on the invoice for abatement. Just the date that the contractor complied it. I'm sorry, apologize. There it is. What does it say? I'm only okay. June 10th of 2024.
Okay.
So the order went in on May 15th of 2024, and June 10th is when I was able to get the contractor out to comply it.
Got it. All right. Anything else from the city on this one?
No, sir.
Is the respondent present for this case this morning? All right. Respondent is not present. City has proper notice with posting in the certified mail. So based on the testimony and the evidence in this case, I find the property remains in violation. I find that those violations are repeat violations based on city case number 24041839, which found violations of the same code sections. Those complied on June 10th of 2024. And this property the repeat violations were observed on July 12th of 2024. I will assess daily fines of $100 per day beginning July 12th until compliance is achieved. I will also, this is a vacant lot, right?
Yes, sir.
I will also authorize the city to enter the property. I find that those violations constitute a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. I will authorize the city to enter the property, abate violations, and assess those costs at your discretion.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Number 201466 7th Street, CE 24051982. Miss Luster, I don't see her. Number 21, 815 29th Street, CE 24062100. I don't see Donald either. Number 21, 815 29th Street, CE 24062100.
Good morning, everyone. Always busy on these hearing days. All right. But good things, good things. All right. Good morning. My name is Donald Lattimore, currently employed with the city of West Palm Beach as a code enforcement officer. While on routine patrol, I saw a prohibited vehicle. In this case, it's a trailer, parked at the property located at 815 29th Street. This property is occupied. I initiated my investigation at the property on July 5th, 2024. There I observed the following violations: 94-487-B-1, prohibited vehicle; 74-34-A-1-H, trash can in public view; 18-106-B, excessive growth; 18-106-A, trash and debris; 94-71-C, outside storage; and 94-485-A, auto repair. The city issued a NOV to the property owner, which identified the violations, my contact information, and notice of this hearing date. The notice was noticed, the NOV, was noticed by certified mail and regular mail on June 11, 2024, by the city's clerk. I posted the notice of violation on the property and at City Hall on June 11, 2024. I completed the affidavit of posting on June 11, 2024, and it is in the case file. I revisited the property on July 29th and observed the property not to be in compliance with the following code sections: 18-106-A, that's still the trash and debris; 74-34-A-1-H, trash can in public view; 94-71-C, outdoor storage. I took the photographs at the initial investigation, and when I revisited the property, the following photograph shows the violation still exists on the property. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violation that I observed during my investigation. While the property owner is not present, I made contact with him in person while inspecting the property on July 29th. The owner and I, we discussed the remaining violations, how to comply them, today's hearing, and additional time needed to comply the remaining violation. He did agree that 30 days would work. So in that case, the city is asking for 30 days to comply. If no compliance, a daily fine of $100.
Thank you. Nothing further from the city.
You're welcome.
Magistrate?
So trash can in public view, clean and sanitary, and outdoor storage is what's remaining.
That is correct. The trailer was removed. The truck was lifted off of the jack stands. He still kept the trash can in the back, but I explained that to him, and he's working on his yard to get everything taken care of.
Okay. Respondent, is the respondent present for this hearing? Respondent is not present. City has proper notice with certified mail and the posting. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property remains in violation of city codes 9471C, 18106A, and 7434A1H. I'll allow 30 additional days to cure those violations and assess daily fines of $100 per day thereafter until compliance is achieved.
Okay, number 20 is complied, 1466 7th Street, CE 24051982. Number 23, 3014 Greenwood Avenue, CE 24072223.
All right, good morning again. Donald Lattimore, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer. While on patrol, I saw an overgrown vacant lot located at 3014 Greenwood Avenue. I initiated my investigation at the property on July 3rd of 2024. There I observed the following violations: excessive growth, parkway growth, and this is a repeat violation. Given that it is a repeat violation, I would like to cite the repeat case. That case number is CE 24031647. The case was opened on March 20th, 2024, and the hearing was April 17th of 2024. And I have also included photographs of that previous case for the repeat purposes. The city issued a notice of violation to the property owner, which identified the violations, my contact information, and notice of this hearing date. The notice was notified by certified mail and regular mail on July 9th, 2024 by the city clerk. I posted the notice of violation on the property and at City Hall on July 10th, 2024. I completed an affidavit of posting as well on July 10th of 2024. I revisited the property on July 25th, 2024, and observed the property to be in compliance with all of the code violations. I took the photographs at the initial investigation when I visited and when I revisited the property. The following photographs show that the violations still exist on the property up into 725. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations I observed during my investigation. I have not made contact with the property owner and was not made aware of anyone attending this hearing. The city is asking for $25 per day, starting from the day of the repeat violation observed, which was 7/3/2025. So that's a total of $550, which is 22 days time frame. Nothing further from the city.
7/3/24?
7/3/24.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Special
And did you say they came into compliance, is that still accruing?
It came into compliance on July 25th of 2024.
I thought you said. Okay. So it was in violation a total of 22 days.
22 days at $25 per day, which is a total of $550.
Tell me, the case number 24031647, when did that come into compliance? I need to know that.
It's a really good question. I'm not exactly sure when it came into compliance. The hearing date was on 4/17/24, and the owner was given 30 days to comply. And after that hearing date, in which they complied within that 30-day time frame.
They did comply within the 30, so no fines ever accrued on that case?
No fine, correct.
Okay.
If I may, Special Magistrate, the reason why I try to keep it at $25 a day to signal to the property owner that we can't keep managing the property. The vacant lot is surrounded by 2 homes as well as along the railroad tracks. I'm getting numerous complaints that without it being cut down, people use it as a place to use drugs in the back near the railroad line, and also rodents and everything else that's starting to branch out from the vacant lot and move over to the neighbors on the left and the right-hand side. In addition to that, across the street, there's a easement between 2 properties that I have gotten the 2 properties to clean up, but in order to maintain it, people are taking their stuff from the vacant lot and dumping it over to this easement. So this way, I'm hoping that the property owner will reach out to me so we can have a conversation to properly maintain this vacant lot.
Understood. All right, is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent? Respondent is not present. City has proper notice with posting and certified mail documents in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find that the property was in violation as cited between July 3rd and July 25th. I find that those violations were repeat violations based on case number 24031-647. I will assess daily fines of $25 per day for the 22 days between July 3rd and July 25th for a total of $550.
Number 24, 3406 Greenwood Avenue, CE 24062082.
All right, good morning again. Donald Lattimore, City of West Palm Beach, Code Enforcement Officer. While on routine patrol, I saw unpaved parking at a property located at 3406 Greenwood Avenue. This property is occupied. I initiated my investigation at the property on June 5th of 2024. There, I observed the following violations: exterior paint, landscape maintenance, address characters, and unpaved parking. The city issued a notice of violation to the property owner, which identified the violations, my contact information, and notice of this hearing date. The notice of violation was noticed by certified mail and regular mail on June 10th, 2024 by the city's clerk. I posted a notice of violation on the property and at City Hall on June 11th of 2024. I also completed an affidavit of posting on June 11th, 2024, and it is in the case file. I revisited the property on July 25th, 2024, and observed the property not to be in compliance with the following code sections: the exterior paint and the address characters. I took the photograph at the initial investigation, and when I revisited the property, the following photograph shows the violation still exists on the property. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations I observed during my investigation. I made contact with the property owner via phone on July 26th of 2024. The owner and I discussed the remaining violations, how to comply them, today's hearing, and additional time needed to comply the remaining violations. The city is asking for 30 days, which we discussed, to comply. If no compliance, a daily fine of $100.
Thank you. Nothing further from the city.
Tell me again which violations are now in compliance.
Sure, it's 18-103-J, which is the exterior paint,
Okay.
and 788-6-5 address characters. In particular, with the address character, it's just missing a 6, so he just need to put a 6 up there.
All right, so landscape maintenance and parking is still outstanding.
Landscape maintenance and parking has been complied.
Oh, I got it backwards. The numbering and the
Exterior
paint
paint.
is still what's in violation.
Correct.
Okay. And the photographs are accurate depictions today?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent? Respondent is not present. The city has proper notice with the certified mail and the posting. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property remains in violation of City Code 78-6-5 and 18103J. I'll allow 30 additional days to comply. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved.
Okay, and lastly, number 25, 2513 Division Avenue, CE 24051991.
All right, last one for me. Donald Lattimore, City of West Palm Beach, Code Enforcement Officer. While on routine patrol, I saw an abandoned vehicle parked at the property located at 2513 Division Avenue. This property is vacant. I initiated my investigation at the property on May 9th of 2024. There I observed the following violations: 18-106-A, trash and debris; 34-102-A, abandoned vehicle; 78-6-6, which is address characters. The city issued a notice of violation to the property owner, which identified the violations, my contact information, and notice of this hearing date. The notice of violation was noticed by certified mail and regular mail on 5/16/2024 by the city clerk, I posted a notice of violation at the property in City Hall on 5/17/2024. I also completed an affidavit of posting on 5/17/2024, and it is in this case file. I revisited the property on July 24th, 2024, and I observed the property not to be in compliance with any of the code violations. So all of them are still present as of July 24, 2024. I took the photographs at the initial investigation, and when I revisit the property, the following photograph shows the violation still exists on the property. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violation I observed during my investigation. I have not made contact with the property owner or made aware of a representative attending this hearing. Given the safety concerns associated with the abandoned vehicle, for example, the open doors, the broken windows, the removed tires, the accumulation of trash and debris on the property, and no contact from the property owner, the city is asking for an immediate abatement to have the abandoned vehicle removed and the trash and debris removed as well. The city is also asking for 30 days to comply the remaining code violation, which is the address character. If no compliance, a daily fine of $10 per day for the address characters.
Nothing further at
Okay.
this point.
Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent? Respondent is not present. City has proper notice with certified mail and posting. All right, based on the testimony and the evidence and the photographs I reviewed, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I will find that the violation of City Code 34102A regarding the junked and abandoned vehicle constitutes threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. I'm going to give the respondent 5 days to cure that violation. After that, the city is authorized to enter the property, abate the violation, and assess the costs. On the other two, I will give the city 30 days, give the respondent 30 days to cure the violation. After that, daily fines of $10 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved. Okay?
Special Magistrate, if I may, with the trash and debris, given the research that I have put into this case, and no one is here to speak on behalf, I did realize that the property was quick deed over to the spouse of the original owner. The original owner passed, and so I have not been able to make any contact with anyone regarding this property. My only concern with the trash and debris is not only the location, but the continuing accumulation, of the trash and debris. So with that being said, I would like to consider possibly having it abated so that way I can monitor it a little more to see who is illegally dumping on the property. But I don't think that it's going to be cleaned within a 30-day time frame. I honestly believe that it's just going to continue to accumulate.
Well, and if it does and it gets to that point, I think you bring the case back, and I'll be happy to revisit it, and if it appears that it's tripped that threshold, obviously we'll grant the city authority to cure that violation as well.
Fair enough.
All right, thank you. Okay, that's the 9 o'clock agenda, I believe. Do we need to take 5 before? Why don't we go off the record just for, let's take a quick 5-minute break. We've been going since 9 o'clock without a break. So let's go off the record just for take a quick 5-minute leg stretch break, and then we'll come back and hit the 11:30.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
on the record? Okay, I'm calling to order the 11:30 agenda for the City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Division. These are other matters after the regular agenda. If you were not here this morning at 9 o'clock when I swore everybody in, I do need to swear you in if you're going to be speaking to me about any of the items that we'll be taking up now. Therefore, if you'll be testifying, please stand and raise your right hand. I'll swear everybody in together. Each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, you can all have a seat. When your case is called, please come up to the podium that's here to my right. The city will give me some background information on the case, and then I'll come hear from you about the request for the lien reduction, and then once I've heard from everybody, I'll enter an order this morning. Looks like we have a number of agenda items that are the same property, so if we can bundle those at the appropriate time, that would be appreciated. So with that, let's call the first case.
Okay, first case is number 26 for 330 Orange Way, CE 19090315, as well as number 37 for 330 Orange Way, CE 21060085, 26 and 37. Do we have a respondent here? Oh.
Good morning, Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. For 330 Orange Way, case number CE 19090315. This case was originally cited in May of 2024. They were cited for permit needed for the structure, setback obstruction, outdoor storage, inoperative vehicle, roof repair, landscape maintenance, and unclean, unsanitary conditions. This went to a special magistrate hearing November 20th, 2019. It was ordered for the fine to start as of December 23rd, 2019 at $25 a day. This ran for 1,596 days, and the total fine was $39,900. This was complied on May 6th, 2024. Service in this case was achieved by way of posting. This was done under the previous owner. We have the new owner that is here today that have purchased the property and is in the process of rehabbing the entire property. We do have agreement beforehand, Magistrate, to reduce the fine to $2,250 payable within 30 days. For the second case, same address, case number CE 210-60085. This case was originally cited May of 2024. They were cited for paint needed on the structure, overgrowth, trash and debris that needed to be removed, dead vegetation also that needed to be removed, landscape maintenance, and the easement needing to be cleaned and properly maintained. This went to a magistrate hearing September 1st, 2021. It was ordered for the fine to start as of November 1st, 2021. That ran for 1,002 days at $50 a day for a total of $50,100. Service in this case was achieved by way of posting. Again, this was done under the previous owner, new owner here today, again, purchased the property in the process of rehabbing the property. We do have an agreement with this case as well to reduce the fine to $22,500, also payable within 30 days.
What was the amount agreed to on the 2019 case again?
2019 case, that was the agreement was $2,250.
In 30 days also?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead and put your name and address on the record, and the floor is yours.
Sure. No, Robert Link, 330 Orange Way. Everything that Mr. Marcus explained is correct. We have an agreement in place.
Okay, so $2,250 on the case ending, the 2019 case ending in 315, and $22,500 in 30 days on the 2021 case ending in 085. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, correct.
I have no problem ratifying that.
2,500, I apologize.
22,500.
For that last one. For the one ending in 85?
2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
Yes, sir.
Not 2,000.
Both payable within 30 days.
So 2,500 and 22,500.
2250, yes.
I want to make sure I'm saying this right. So tell me the number for the case ending in the 2019 case.
That would be 2,250.
Okay.
2250.
Tell me the number for the case, the 2021 case ending in 085.
2,500.
Okay, got it. So total is $4,750
got it.
in 30 days. And that's your understanding as well?
Yes.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish they were all that easy.
Next case for number 2747 Broadway, CE 23111141. Also here for number 2947 Broadway, 4700 Broadway, CE 18110004. Number 34, CE 2002028. Number 35, CE 19090087. And number 36, CE 19110191. So 5 cases for 4700 Broadway.
Would you like to do these the same way, Magistrate? All right, so for case number CE 23111141, this case was originally cited back in November of 2023. This case went to magistrate hearing, February 7th, 2024. It was ordered for the fine to start as of November 28th, 2023. This ran for 115 days at $500 a day for a total of $57,500. And this was complied on March 22nd, 2024. They were cited for trash and debris, a repeat violation, dumpster enclosure needed to be maintained, and as well as a rental license violation. Service in this case was achieved by way of posting. This is the same owner. They have 7 cases under their ownership with code enforcement. We do have an agreement beforehand to reduce this lien to $5,000 payable within 180 days.
180?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
For case number CE 1811004, same address. This case was originally cited May 13th, 2019 for paint needing on the structure, trash and debris present on the property, the shrubs and hedges needing to be properly trimmed and maintained, dumpster enclosure and disrepair, our outdoor storage, swell maintenance, and sod needed in the swell as well. This went to a special magistrate hearing December 5th, 2018. It was ordered for the fine to start as of February 4th, 2019. This ran for 98 days at $200 a day for a total of $19,600. Service in this case was achieved by way of posting. Again, same ownership, 7 cases under their ownership with code enforcement. We do have an agreement, magistrate, to reduce this fine to $2,000 payable within 180 days as well. For agenda item number 34, case number CE 2002028, same address. This case was originally cited November 29th of 2021. They were cited again for trash and debris, dumpster enclosure needed to be properly maintained, and outdoor storage on the property. This case went to special magistrate hearing June 17th, 2020. It was ordered for the fine to start as of February 13th, 2020. It ran for 217 days at $500 a day for a total of $108,500, and it was complied September 17th of 2020. Service in this case was achieved by way of posting. Again, same ownership, 7 cases with code enforcement under that ownership. We have agreed to reduce this fine beforehand to $10,850, also payable within 180 days. For agenda item number 35, case number CE 1909087. This case was originally cited March 10th, 2020. They were cited for trash and debris, outdoor storage, resurfacing and striping needing of the parking lot, as well as overgrowth on the property. This case went to magistrate hearing October 16th, 2019. It was ordered for the fine to start as of November 1st, 2019. This ran for 4 days at $500 a day for a total of $2,000 and was complied November 5th, 2019. Service in this case was achieved by way of posting. We've agreed to beforehand to reduce this fine to $1,000 payable within 180 days as well. For the final case, agenda item number 36, case number CE 19110191. This case was originally cited in January of 2020. They were cited for work done without a permit and trash and debris present on the property. This case went to hearing December 4th, 2019. It ran for 1 day at $1,000. It was a one-time fine, I'm assuming, $1,000. It was complied December 13th, 2019. Service in this case was achieved by way of posting, and we've agreed to reduce this fine to $500, also payable within 180 days.
All right. Yes, sir. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, please.
Yes, good morning, Special Magistrate. Thank you. My name is Manny Santa Cruz, and I'm here from Nord Team Real Estate, the property manager of said address. And I am here respectfully speaking to the Special Magistrate of the city in regards to the agreement with Mr. Williams that that was previously aforementioned.
All right. So you're in agreement with the way this was presented and the numbers. It looks like, if I followed along correctly, it's a total of $19,350 in 180 days. Is that?
That is correct, sir.
As broken out by the city?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Is there anything else you'd like to put on the record?
I just very thankful for Mr. Williams, Special Magistrate of the city, and all the inspectors, Ms. Mills, who have worked with us throughout these past few years, and I look forward to remaining compliant.
All right, well, I will certainly sign off on those agreements as put into the record, so ordered.
Great, thank you.
Here's a copy of your order.
Much appreciated.
It's case number 28 for 3731 Miller Avenue, CE 200800129, and number 31, same address, CE 200100522, numbers 28 and 31.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. For agenda item number 28, case number CE 200800129. This case was originally cited March 9th, 2021. They were cited for a new fence installed without a permit, building work done without permits as well, inspections that needed to be passed. In connection with those permits, there was a stop work order that was issued in this case. This went to a special magistrate hearing December 2nd, 2020. It was ordered for the fine to start as of January 2nd, 2021. That ran for 30 days at $50 a day for a total of $1,500 and was complied February 1st of 2021. Service in this case was achieved by way of posting. It was done under the same ownership. Only 2 cases with code enforcement under that ownership. This is the owner here before us today. Magistrate, we do have an agreement beforehand to reduce this lien to $750.
How
payable
much?
within 30 days. $750.
Thank you.
Payable within 30 days.
Okay.
For agenda item number 31, case number CE 200100522. This case was originally cited June 25th of 2020. They were cited for, again, fence repair, outdoor storage, tree and hedges that needed to be trimmed back due to them obstructing the right-of-way, and landscape maintenance. This went to a magistrate hearing March 4th, 2020. It was ordered for the fine to start as of April 5th, 2020. That ran for 75 days at $100 a day for a total of $7,500 and was complied June 19th of 2020. Service in this case was achieved by way of posting. Magistrate, we do have an agreement to reduce this fine to $2,000 payable within 30 days.
All right, sir, go ahead and tell me your name and address and
Mark Jenkins, 3731 Miller Avenue.
And Mr. Jenkins, you heard the presentation from the city. You're in agreement with how this was presented in the?
Yes, sir, Special Magistrate.
Looks like, what, $2,750 in the next 30 days for both cases together?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will approve that and sign the orders for both of those cases as presented. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, number 30, 810 Alvarado, CE 22110234, number 30.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Case number CE 22110234 was originally cited March 10th, 2023. They were cited for outdoor storage and trash and debris that were present on the property. This went to a special magistrate hearing January 18th, 2023. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of January 30th, 2023. That ran for 98 days at $100 a day for a total of $9,800 and was complied May 8th, 2023. Service in this case was achieved by way of posting. Same ownership. There were 5 different cases with code enforcement under said ownership. This is the representative of the owner here today. We would have an agreement, magistrate, beforehand to reduce the fine to $2,500 payable within 30 days.
Yeah, hello, this is Ronald Farron with Main Street Renewal.
Yes.
We're fine with that.
Okay, so $2,500 in 30 days?
Yes.
So ordered. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your order. Okay, number 32, 5601 Garden Avenue, CE 19110037.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. For agenda item 32, case number CE 19110037. This case was originally cited August 2nd, 2021. They were cited for overgrowth, landscape maintenance, windows that were boarded up that needed a boarding certificate or for the boards to be removed, garbage can placement in the view of the public, clean and sanitary conditions, trash and debris present on the property, as well as sod needed in the yard. This went to a special magistrate hearing January 15th, 2020. It was ordered for the fine to start as of February 17th, 2020. It ran for 519 days at $100 a day for a total of $51,900. This was complied on July 20th of 2021. Service in this case was achieved by way of posting. 3 cases under their ownership, the same owner that's here today before us, magistrate. We do have an agreement beforehand to reduce the fine to $5,190, payable within 120 days.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'd just like
If you
to
can
point out
tell me
that-
your name and address, and then just want to make sure you don't have anything else to add or that you're in agreement with.
Frank Rosello, owner of the property, and I agree to the new terms and the new payoff.
So $5,190 in 120 days.
Yes, sir.
All right, so ordered. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and lastly, number 33, 1033 18th Street, CE 19060620.
Okay, Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. For agenda item 33, case number CE 19060620. This case was originally cited October 25th, 2023. They were cited for clean and sanitary conditions, unpaved parking, as well as inoperative vehicles parked at the property. This case went to a magistrate hearing August 7th of 2019. It was ordered for the fine to start as of August 23rd, 2019. This ran for 1,523 days at $100 a day for a total of $152,300. And this was complied October 24th, 2023. Service in this case was achieved by way of posting. There's been 12 cases under the ownership. The same owner that's here before us today. City requests the lien to be reduced to 10%, which would be $15,230.
This is not an agreement? No, okay. That's the city's request, is no more than 10, down to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me get your name and address on the record, and then you can tell me about the request.
Frank Woodard of 1033 18th Street, West Palm Beach.
Go ahead.
Yes, I knew about the car parked in the yard and the grass, but I didn't know that I had to come down here to coming from the magistrate to have the liens lifted. So therefore, I didn't understand the process of getting the liens took off. All I thought I had to do was move the car and cut the grass. So unaware and uneducated about the situation, I didn't even know that the fines were running for this long, like that. I thought all I had to do was move the car and cut the grass. And
Is this a rental property, or do you reside there yourself, sir?
I've been there 19 years.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me? When you're telling me you didn't know what you had to do.
I don't have that kind of money, and I really do need to get the liens lifted so I can apply for some help to have my house new storm windows and a roof put on, and the liens are holding me up because I can't go through different programs trying to help me out with the house, and I think that was kind of steep because I never know that I didn't never get no letter saying that, letting me know that the fines were up this high like this right here. All I thought that I had to do was just move the car and cut the grass.
Well, you obviously got notice that there was a violation because you're telling me that you had an understanding that you had to do something. You know, reducing this 90% is, in my view, a very reasonable request. I mean, you're not giving me any reason to reduce it any more than that. You know, you told me you've lived there.
Yes.
You were there.
Yes.
This code enforcement case only happened about 5 years ago, which is well within the time period that you lived there.
But I haven't gotten any letters or notifications or anything like that.
Well, obviously you got some notification because you're telling me you were aware of the case. You know,
I didn't know the process of what I had to do in order to straighten the liens out.
well, did you speak to either, my agenda says Mr. Underwood was the code enforcement officer. Did you speak to him or anybody else at the city? Did you come to the hearing?
No, I didn't.
All right, well,
I was unaware of the hearing.
I mean, you know, when you're the property owner, you have to take a minimum amount of responsibility for what you do. You know, based on what I'm being presented with this morning, I will reduce this 90% down to the $15,230, and I'll give you time to pay it. I'll give you 12 months to pay that, but that's there's nothing more that I feel is reasonable to do in this case. So I'll reduce this to $15,230 payable within 12 months. All right, thank you, sir.
Can I contest this?
That's my order.
Can it be contested?
It's
I'm trying
not
to give you a
appropriate.
better reason why I shouldn't have to pay $15,000 because of, I was uneducated of,
Well, sir, I could deny the request and not reduce it at all and leave it at $152,000. Would you rather that? I don't think so.
No.
So I'm pretty much reducing it by 90% and giving you a year to pay that. But all you're telling me is that you didn't know what you had to do. You're telling me you didn't talk to anyone at the city. You're telling me you didn't come to the hearing.
and I didn't know that the fines
Again,
were
like I said,
running.
you're the property owner. You got to take some responsibility for your property. In my view, you're getting a break here. So that is my order. I will sign it and nothing further. Thank you.
That completes the 11:30 agenda.
Are we ready to roll into the I guess we have the police cases that we're ready to take up.
I don't know if they need a couple.
Do we need to go off the record and get set for those real quick, or are we?
Get it adjudicated by a judge. We're going to have a magistrate so that they're not protected by all this Bill of Rights.
We need 5 minutes, okay?
All right, let's go off the record. We'll be reset for the last agenda items, then we'll be back on the record in 5 minutes or so. Right. All right, let's go back on the record. We have the last round of cases, which I believe are all police-related matters. So anyone, again, who's going to be testifying for any of these matters needs to be sworn in. If I've already sworn you in this morning, you don't have to take the oath again, but if not, let me swear you in. If you're going to be testifying, please stand, raise your right hand. Each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony today's hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. So we got about 6 or 7 cases. So when your case is called, please come up here to the podium to my right. The way I will proceed with each case is I'll hear from the city first, get testimony, and there may be photographs or other evidence that's placed in the record. I'll look at that. The city attorney may have questions as well. Once the city's concluded its presentation, it'll then be your opportunity to either ask questions of the city's witnesses or just tell me about the case from your point of view, or if you have additional documents that you want me to consider, that'll be the time to produce those. So that's generally how we'll proceed. Make sure your cell phones are silenced, please, so they don't interrupt our proceedings. And with that, let's go ahead and call the first case.
First case number 38-1909 North Terman Avenue, PD 24060434, 1909 North Terman Avenue.
Sergeant Colvin, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Wednesday, May 29th, 2024, I was a case supervisor for alcohol compliance operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they're properly checking IDs prior to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I employed the use of 2 confidential sources. One was 19 at the time, and one was 25 at the time of the operation. At approximately 2004 hours, confidential sources entered Stop and Shop Grocery at 1909 North Tamron. Upon entering the store, the 19-year-old picked up a 4-pack of Bud Light Mango Margaritas. That's 8% alcohol by volume. Confidential sources walked to the checkout counter, and the clerk checked the ID. The clerk checked the underage confidential source ID, stared at the ID for a while, and unable to do the math and license, allowed the underage buyer to purchase the alcohol. Upon purchased the alcohol, they used money from West Palm Beach Expenditure Fund, exited the store, and came out and made contact with me. I was listening through a listening device at the time. I entered the store, made contact with the clerk, explained to them they sold to somebody underage, and they needed to properly check ID before selling alcohol. Based on this, I believe the Stop and Shop Grocery, this business violated Florida State Statute 562.111, this is their, do you know the, hold on one second, I have it. Their
4th.
1901. This is their 3rd offense. So he's asking for a one-time fine of $500.
3rd offense, and do you know what time frame?
I don't have that offhand. I know at least 2 in the last year.
3 months.
Yeah, last 3 months. So either way, I know the last one's within 3 months, so it'd be a $500 fine just based on that.
So just so that I'm making sure I heard you correctly, the ID that was used was an actual...
It was a Florida DL.
And it showed that the person was underage.
It was a legitimate Florida identification card. They looked at it, I guess they did the math wrong, and then when I went into the store, they said that they thought that she was 21,
okay.
But she was not.
Okay. Is there anything further from the city before I hear from the respondent? Did you have any follow-up questions?
Oh, I'm sorry, Special Magistrate. No, no.
Yes, sir. If you can go ahead and put your name and address on the record, and then I'll be happy to hear from you.
Edward Page, 3635 Whitehall Drive, West Palm Beach, Florida.
And how are you affiliated with the...
I'm representing the respondent, Your Honor. I
Okay.
take care of the paperwork. There's some paperwork on file. And as the officer said, I believe we were here maybe 60 days ago.
All right.
So what they've done is that person had a little bit of a language barrier and some challenges, so they're no longer a cashier there, and we accept the city's offer of the $500.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, thank you.
All right, well, based on the testimony that I've been presented with, as well as the evidence in terms of the photographs, I will find the violation of City Code 6-12. I will impose the one-time fine of $500 pursuant to Section 6-13.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Thank you. Yep.
Number 39, PD 240600432 for Downtown Food Stores, 717 North Tamron Avenue. Number 39.
Hi, Sergeant Coleman, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Wednesday, May 29, 2024, I was a case supervisor for a alcohol compliance check to make sure that prior to selling alcohol that IDs were properly being checked and proper protocol was being followed. At approximately, in order to do this, I had employed the use of two confidential sources, one at the age of 19 and one at the age of 25 at the time of the operation. At approximately 1935 hours, the confidential sources entered the downtown food store at 717 North Tamron. Upon entering the store, the 19-year-old picked up 2 cans of Smirnoff Ice, peach mango, 8% by alcohol. Confidential source walked to the counter, placed it on top. The clerk initially properly checked the ID of the 19-year-old and told her no, that he would not serve to her. That time, the 25-year-old said she would purchase it for her. Then the 19-year-old said, "Are you sure?" The 25-year-old said yes. The clerk then sold the alcohol using the money from the 19-year-old while the 19-year-old held the alcohol in her hand. Purchase was made, and they walked out of the store. I believe that it was very clear that the alcohol that was being purchased was for the 19-year-old. It was done. Everything was done in front of the clerk and said in front of the clerk. The alcohol never changed hands from the 19-year-old to the 25-year-old. Came outside, made contact with me. I walked back inside, explained to them that they can't sell alcohol via a third party. It was reasonable to believe that the alcohol was going to the 19-year-old, not the 21-year-old. I believe this is their third offense. We're asking for a one-time fine of $500.
So I'm clear, the 19-year-old was in physical possession of the alcohol.
Yes, and she was the one who went up there, said she was buying it. The 25-year-old did not have alcohol. She was, just in the store with them. When he sold her no, which they were supposed to do, then the 25-year-old said, "I'll buy it for her." And I made sure they said it clearly that the alcohol is being purchased for the 19-year-old. The money came from the 19-year-old, even though that's indifferent if it had or not. But
so the underage person actually handed the money to the clerk?
No, that's what I can't remember, because I didn't have a visual of it. I don't know if she handed it to the 25-year-old and handed it to them, or if it went straight from the 19-year-old to them.
Based on your testimony, I'm not sure it's a distinction.
For me, there's not a distinction. If she clearly says this alcohol is for the 19-year-old, it's reasonable to believe that the alcohol is going to an underage person.
All right. Anything else from the city?
No, Magistrate.
All right. Yes, sir. Go ahead and tell me your name and address. And then
Mohammed Rahman, 717 North Tamarind Avenue.
Yes, sir. If you have any questions for the officer, you can ask them. Otherwise, you can tell me about what's going on with the case.
No, I don't have any question for him. So, yeah, that was our third offense. And I'm trying to be very strict with the employees, but I don't know how they are doing it again and again. So that cashier is no longer with us.
Okay.
I fired him already, and whoever is working there as a cashier, I told them very strictly, if they keep doing it, then I'm going to fire them too. So I'll find somebody else. And I'm trying to train them. I have a digital calendar for them to easily find out the age limit and those stuff. So I hope it's not going to happen anymore.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Anything else you'd like to tell me?
No.
Anything else from the city?
No.
All right. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find violation of City Code 6-12, and I will impose the $500 fine pursuant to City Code 6-13.
And how many days?
Oh, I didn't even say that on the last one. Does the city have I mean, it probably needs to be paid.
Usually 60 or 90 days is what historically, but I'm not
I'm
sure.
not going to set a deadline. I mean, you need to
Like
pay
I
it.
have to pay it today or I have some time? That's what I'm asking.
For us, there's no rush. Usually, I think you set it 30 to 60, even 90 days, or depending on who's.
Can you pay it within 30 days?
That's fine.
Say 30 days. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, number 40 for Neighborhood Food Mart, 2510 Broadway, PD 24060435. Number 40, 2510 Broadway.
Hey, Sergeant Golden, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Wednesday, May 29, 2024, I was the case supervisor for an alcohol compliance operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors. They're properly checking ID and following all laws according to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I use a confidential source that was 19 at the time of the operation and one that was 25 at the time of the operation. At approximately 2017 hours, the confidential sources entered Neighborhood Food Mart at 2510 Broadway. Should be noted in the original report, the officer wrote Riviera Beach. It was supplement was later done to update the correct address. Upon entering the store, the 19-year-old picked up a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice Blue Raspberry Lemonade, 4.5% alcohol by volume. The confidential source walked to the counter and placed counter on top. The clerk checked the ID, told her no, you can't purchase it. Then the 25-year-old said, "I will purchase it for you." Then they repeated the same thing directly in front of the clerk, as you see there. The alcohol was sold to them, and following the interaction, I went inside, made contact with them, explained to them they cannot sell via third party, knowing it's going to someone else. This is their second offense. The city is asking for a one-time fine of $500. I don't know how long ago that last offense is, because I can't remember. It's been a while since their last offense.
Right, and I just want to clarify, the same as the last case, the 19-year-old is the underage person, and she or he was in possession of the alcoholic beverages.
Correct. She was the one that brought it on the counter, and we made it clear that the 19-year-old was the one purchasing the alcohol, and the other person inside the store was the one that bought it vicariously for.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir, if you could tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
Yeah, my name is MDF Hussain, 2510 Broadway, West Palm Beach.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I asked ID for the person, and I see it's underage. I didn't sell, and I have like 3-4 customer, and the next person, they trying to buy the beer, so I asked ID. They're born 1999. I mean, so they purchase their self, and they go out, and the police, the officer come and they say you sell a minor, but I didn't sell minors. So they told me they buy to underage for who, the officer told me I sold it to the underage, but I didn't.
Right, so you checked the ID of the underage person.
Yeah.
Then sold it to the other person.
I say I deny, and the next customer they come, they leave the beer in the counter. I was going to put a bag, and next person say I'll buy myself, and they pay for it, and I ask ID, and they pay for it and leave. And the officer come and say, "Oh, they are gathered." I say, "I don't know where they are gathered. I have 3-4 customers."
Do you remember, did they come into the store together or separately?
I don't know. I have a few more customers, so I don't know if they come together or not.
And what about when they came up to the checkout counter? Were they together or separate?
When they leave, is gathers.
They were together?
They leave. When they leave, the store is going gathers. Yeah.
And they left the store together?
Yeah. And the officer waiting for outside, but they are not inside.
Okay.
So
All right, thank you, sir. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
that's all.
Is there anything, any follow-up from the city?
No.
All right, well, based on the testimony here, even the respondent's testimony is that the two came up to the counter together and left the store together. I don't find it, in my view, the sale occurred, even if it was to the 25-year-old, it was for the 19-year-old, so I'm going to make the finding of a violation of City Code 6-12, and I will impose the $500 penalty pursuant to City Code 6-13, and I'll give you 30 days to pay that. Okay? Thank you very much.
Still I have to pay.
Number 41, 1840 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, PD 240604339. Number 41, 1840 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard.
Sergeant Cohen, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Monday, May 10th, 2024, I was the case supervisor for alcohol compliance operation. Assigned checkpoint of vendors. They're properly checking ID prior to selling alcohol. In this case, just the 19-year-old was used in the operation. At approximately 25 hours, come to Source entered the marathon at 1840 PBL. I picked up a 6-pack of Smirnoff Ice, approached the counter, made contact with the clerk. Was able to purchase the alcohol without presenting ID or being asked their age. After the sale, the company's informant came out and brought me the alcohol, went back inside, made contact with the clerk, let them know they served somebody underage. Believe that they, as a business, that BP violated City Ordinance 6-12. This is their first offense. So he's asking for a one-time fine of $250.
All right. Yes, sir, go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
My name is Dulux Borgella. I'm the manager at the store, 1840 Palm Beach Lakes, 334401. At that day, I was at the store, so as a manager, but I'm doing something. But the officer was correct, because one of the unemployed told me he did that. And then I was around the store. When I turned around, and then the sale already done, and the officer come back inside, show him what he did. So that day, I was in there, but this person, I spoke to this person, but he's still working. I put him on training, because I let him know he should ID every single person to come in the store. It doesn't matter how old. They don't have ID, they don't buy. So the officer was called.
Okay. Yeah, old people like me appreciate when we get ID'd, even though.
I know. They feel like they look young.
That's right. All right, thank you, sir. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
No.
All right. Anything else from the city?
No, thank you.
All right. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find a violation of City Code 6-12 and impose a one-time $250 fine pursuant to City Code 6-13. Can you pay that within the next 30 days?
Thank you.
30 days. Thank you, sir.
Number 42, 1101 North Tamarind Avenue, PD 240604333. 42, 1101 North Tamarind Avenue.
We're going to dismiss this case. Contact was made with the attorney beforehand.
All right.
Number 43, 1705 Belvedere Roads, PD 240604338.
Number 431705 Belvedere Road. Or was it 43?
All right, Sergeant Colvin, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Monday, June 10th, 2024, I was the case supervisor for an alcohol compliance operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors that prep checking ID prior to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I employed the use of two confidential sources, 119 and 125 at the time of the operation. At approximately 15:05 hours, the confidential sources entered the BP station at 1705 Belvedere. Upon entering, the 19-year-old picked up a six-pack of Corona 4.6 alcohol by volume. Confidential source walked to the counter, placed the alcohol on top. The clerk checked the ID of the 19-year-old and promptly said, no, you can't purchase it. The 25-year-old then declared that they would buy it for her. The 19-year-old again confirmed that she would buy it for her, which they did. Presented that ID, and the alcohol was able to be purchased for the 19-year-old via the 25-year-old. After that interaction, which I observed via a two-way communication device, I entered the store, made contact with the clerk, explained to them they could not sell vicariously to somebody, to a 19-year-old. I believe that the BP violated City Ordinance 6-12. This is their 17 first offense. We're asking for a one-time fine of $250.
Okay, and again, the 19-year-old was the one in physical possession, even though the 25-year-old.
Yeah, I believe he actually bagged it up and handed it back to her, the 19-year-old, if I remember correctly.
Okay, yes, sir. If you can tell me your name and address, and then you have the floor.
My name is Sam. First name, last name is Alam, A-L-A-M. Okay, when there was a two-person come into the stores, and one of them with, like, I checked both of the IDs. I checked the first one, the 19 years old. I said, I can't sell you the beer because you're 19, and after that, I was doing something there, and then next thing I see, another girl came in, they came together, and then they were like, and then she was like, okay, that's for me, and then I was like, okay, let me see your ID, and I asked, an ID. She was 25 years old. So my point is, if she's old enough to buy a beer, I have right to sell to the beer. I don't know. I don't have no communication with the 19-year-old. I deny her. And then 25-year-old that came in, I sold the beers. What did I do wrong? That if I take minor to the sell to the minor, I'll take full responsibility for this. I sell to the minor, that was my wrong. But I think my point of view, I think I didn't do anything wrong. And I have all the evidence. I gave the money to the 20-year-old, and the next thing I see, they went over there, he came, he yelling at me, you know what, you should get arrested for this. Arrested for this? I was stunned, the way he could have come to me nicely, hey, listen, this is the Florida law. You could be people are coming in here. If you need assistance, you called us to do stuff. But we are behind the counter. We're behind the counter, and people has a right ID, which is 25 years old. I have right to sell the beer to the 25 years old. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm just way he approached it to me, it wasn't right.
Let me ask you a couple of questions so that I can understand exactly what you're telling me. Did two come into the store together or separately?
Two comes together. If you took, first of all, the girl at 25 years old, she had bought soda, and then I did the transactions, and after that, 19-year-old came, right? I checked her ID. I refused it right away. I was like, hey, you're underage. I can't sell you the beer.
I understand that.
The next thing, I'm doing something else here. I don't know who, and then she went and grabbed the six-packs. And then she handed to me the money, not the 19-year-old.
I understand that. So my question is, where was the 19-year-old when you were?
She was right there. She was looking something else.
Okay, now, so you heard the officers.
You tell me it makes sense. The operation, that operation is totally wrong. This is not the way you do the operations. I'm just telling you right now, that's not the way you do the operations. You could go to the Walmart, you could go to the Walmart. I could buy a beer for somebody else if I want
No,
to.
you, not if they're
No, I'm just saying,
underage, you
I'm just
cannot.
saying, I'm just saying. But like, I did my job. I checked I checked the ID, I denied. End of conversation, done. Because I did my job. And after that, if somebody comes in here and buy a beer, even though she's 25 years old, I check the ID. If I didn't check the ID, if I had a conversation with a 19-year-old, hey man, I don't have no ID, can you hook me? That, I'll take a full responsibility. I'm gonna whatever it takes, I'll do that because that was my mistake. But as far as this, I don't know what to tell.
Let me ask another follow-up question. When the transaction was completed, did the two leave the store together or separately?
Two went together.
Okay. Were they both standing at the counter together when you were
No,
dealing
when she was.
Let me finish my question.
Okay, I'm
Were
sorry.
the two standing at the counter together, or were they separate when you were conducting the transaction with the 25?
They are separate. She gave me the money, $20 to
Where
hand it
was
to
the
me.
19-year-old when you were conducting?
And that 19-year-old, look at, this is what happens. This is how the case was. When I was handing money to 20-year-old, she snatched me from her hands. That's another thing. When I was giving her 25 years old, she took, I don't know if she gave the money to her. This is what happened. She snatched the money from me.
Well, no, hang on. Now I'm really confused because a minute ago you told me that they were separate when you were conducting the transaction with the 25-year-old. Now you're telling me that they were together. So
No, came together. That's what I said the first time.
where was the 19-year-old?
She was looking at the candies.
Again, sir, you need to let me finish my question. How do you know what to answer if you're answering before I've even gotten half the question out of my mouth?
I'm sorry.
Where was the 19-year-old when you were conducting the transaction with the 25-year-old?
She was right looking at the candies.
So they were together?
They're together.
They were not separate?
No, they're not separate.
And
I don't know if they're separate or together. At the end, I figured out, this is what happens.
Okay. So the 19-year-old tried to buy the alcoholic beverage first, and you said no.
No, that's
And
done.
they're still standing there, and the 25-year-old then purchased.
I didn't know how that.
Then the 25-year-old purchased the same alcoholic beverages from you while the 19-year-old was still standing there. Is that correct?
Yes, but
Okay. All right.
You-
Now, if you have anything else you'd like to put on the record and tell me, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that's what happens. What I
Okay.
was saying is, I didn't, because I'm behind the counter, I'm doing something else. I have other things to do, so she came in here, I checked her ID, that's it. I did my job. If I didn't check her ID, then it was a different story. Since I checked the IDs, and she's old enough to buy a beer, and I sold her a beer. And then I didn't know after that if alcohol goes to who, and alcohol goes to that's not I did my job, I didn't do any illegal stuff that, because I checked both of, if I didn't check both of the IDs, that's the different things. But once I checked it, that I confirmed it, I said, I can't sell you, you are under 8, you are 19 years old. And then that should be done there.
Okay. Is there anything else the city wants to put on the record in this case?
The only thing I would say that the time frame from him saying no to the 25-year-old saying they would purchase it was at best 2 seconds. And the money came directly from the 19-year-old. That's why the 19-year-old received the change.
Okay.
19 didn't receive the change.
You can have the final say, sir. Go ahead.
19-year-old didn't receive the change. The 25-year-old received the change.
All right, so here's why I'm finding the violation in this case. It's based on all the testimony from everybody. It's very clear that both the 19-year-old and the 25-year-old went into the store together. The 19-year-old took the alcoholic beverages to the counter. The 19-year-old tried to pay for it. 19-year-old was denied the purchase because she was underage. Then the 25-year-old, right afterwards, purchased the same alcoholic beverages that the 19-year-old tried to buy, and you sold it to the 25-year-old, and then they walked out of the store together. there's no question in my mind that the 25-year-old's buying it for the 19-year-old. That you can't do that. So I am making a finding of violation of City Code Section 6-12, and I will impose the one-time $250 fine pursuant to City Code 6-13 and give you 30 days to pay that. I understand you think you were doing your job, but you weren't. You can't do what you did. That's still a
No,
violation
what I was saying
of,
is,
of the law.
how you know she's gonna give it to the 19-year-old? She could have taken it home and she could have drank it
Told her she was
herself.
purchasing it for
But I
her.
mean, there is no way, like, you could tell. I could, like, buy a beer and give it to somebody else, mine or something out there. Nobody's gonna know. I'm just saying is, I did my job. The operation is totally, that operation, I'm just telling you, that's not the way you do the operations. I mean, if you go there, like I said, he had a case, the 19-year-old, I sold it, 19-year-old underage. I'll take the full responsibility, like I said. But this kind of operation is wrong. First of all, the operation itself.
Sir, I've entered my order. We're finished with this case, so you
No,
can get a
the
copy
order
of the order.
itself is
Thank you
illegal.
very much.
Okay, lastly, number 44, 1541 Belvedere Road, PD 24060437, number 44, 1541 Belvedere Road.
Yeah, the property. Excuse me, Magistrate, how would you like to be referred to? I don't know your name.
Mr. Davis is fine.
Mr. Davis?
Whatever, sure.
Thank you so much. And do you mind if I ask, did you take an oath in office, or how did you get your position for magistrate?
I beg your pardon?
How did you get the position to oversee these hearings?
My law firm's appointed by the city commission to preside over city code enforcement matters.
Okay. And so are you allowed to adjudicate the laws of the state of Florida similar to a judge?
I'm enforcing city code.
Okay.
City Code 6-12 and the City Code 6-13, I believe, is what's before me this morning.
So
this is not a court of law. This is a city administrative hearing.
Right. Regarding the laws of the state of Florida.
Mr. Grant, Special Magistrate, if I may interject to object to this line of questioning to the Special Magistrate. There is a procedure that the city follows regarding its code enforcement hearing, and if we would like for you to comply with the procedure. Normally, the attorney does not put the Special Magistrate in the witness stand. We have a process, and you'll get your turn to speak, and we would like to proceed with the proceedings at this time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, let's proceed.
All right, Sergeant Colvin, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Monday, June 10th, 2024, I was case supervisor for an alcohol compliance operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors that are properly checking ID before selling alcohol. And in order to do so, I employed the use of two confidential sources.
Officer Colvin, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I don't know if that gentleman is recording the proceedings. The proceedings, as you know, it's public hearing, which is already recorded by the city. I don't know.
Yes, he is a court reporter. He is supposed to be recording if we need to appeal and have a record for the next, for the higher jurisdiction.
So the record is reflecting that that gentleman is a court reporter. As you're aware, being an attorney, if a court reporter is present in a court proceeding, it's put on the record, and the court reporter is therefore identified for the record. So I would like that to be the case, if in fact he is a court reporter.
He is a court reporter. If you'd like to state your name, saying you're recording this.
Just your name and that you are representing yourself to be a court reporter, and you were sworn in, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Daryl Sanders. I am here as a court reporter for Stephen B. Grant.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. And counsel, why don't you go ahead and put your appearance in the record, since we don't know who you are yet either.
Stephen Grant on behalf of the clerk and the business owner.
Thank you.
They are also, if they'd like to put their names on the record as well.
My name MDS Rahman. My store address 1541 Belvedere Road, Shell Gas Station.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's
And
proceed.
You have the license?
I'm done.
I'll get your appearances when I come back over to you. Let me hear from the city, please.
Sergeant Colvin, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Monday, June 10th, 2024, I was the case supervisor for an alcohol compliance operation that was designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they're properly checking ID and obeying all city ordinances. in regards to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I employed the use of a confidential informant that was 19 at the time of the operation and a confidential source that was 25 at the time of the operation. At approximately 14:50 hours, confidential source entered the Shell station at 1541 Belvedere. Upon entering the store, the confidential source that was 19 picked up a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice Green Apple, 4.5% alcohol by volume. Confidential source went to check it out. The 19-year-old was denied purchase after checking ID. Then the 25-year-old advised that they would purchase it for them. Again, they confirmed that the 25-year-old would purchase the alcohol for the 19-year-old. The 25-year-old's ID was checked, and the alcohol was sold. The confidential sources next to the store came out and made contact with me, and I went back in the store and made contact with the clerk. I advised them they had sold vicariously to a 19-year-old through the 25-year-old. I believe that the Shell as a business violated City Ordinance 6-12. This is their first offense. We're asking for a one-time fine of $250.
All right.
Officer Colvin, if I may just make a couple inquiries. Can you identify here who the clerk that sold the
The clerk would be there on the left in the orange burnt color shirt there, red in the picture.
that sold the...
He sold the alcohol to the 25-year-old that went to the 19-year-old.
Okay.
I have video, everything. Oh.
Yep, I'm fine with playing the video. It helps my case.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I have a couple of follow-up questions. Who was in possession of the alcoholic beverages when they exited the store?
The 19-year-old. I believe that they have a video. I haven't seen the video, but they have the video of the interaction.
Okay. All right, that's all I have at the moment. We'll go over to the respondent. If you have questions for the city's witness, you can ask those. If not, you can present your case.
Yes. Violation 6-12, violation of state law deemed violation of this chapter. Are you allowed to adjudicate state laws?
Am I allowed to adjudicate? I can't adjudicate. I'm not a judge. I can enforce the laws, but I can't adjudicate.
So how do you determine that a law was violated?
By assessing the circumstances that took place and whether or not it met the threshold for a violation.
But you're not allowed to make sure it was adjudicated under the state laws?
Objection.
Define, if you're asking me if I can try it?
Yes.
Officer Colvin, if we're going into quasi-judicial proceeding, I will object as an ask and answered question. The officer's testimony is that he's law enforcement officer. He's under the law. Can enforce the city's ordinances, any violation, and enforce. He's testified that he's not qualified to adjudicate. I think the question has been answered.
Thank you. Then could you please state the law that was violated?
The law or the city ordinance? City ordinance is 6-12. You can't.
Would you like me to read that to you?
If you're asking a question, or you're
right.
I don't care if you read it to me or not.
Okay.
What's the question?
I'm sorry. So 6-12 does not provide a violation in itself. It states every violation of the laws of the state of Florida, a state relating to the possessing, sale, gift, service, or permitting the service of alcoholic beverages, whether heretofore or hereafter enacted, is hereby specifically made a violation of this chapter. Therefore, that is why I'm asking, is there a state law that was violated?
Yeah, in the report, 562.11, subsection 1A1.
Okay. And do you know the elements of that law?
I would have to go through them to list them all out in front of you if you want to read them out. What's your question?
Well, could you read that statute that was violated, or that you state that was violated? 11, is it 77 dash?
But we're here adjudicating, or speaking about ordinance 6-12.
Right. It says that every state law is enforced. However, you have to prove which state law was violated.
And that's why we're here. The notice of violation states...
And so I'm questioning the witness regarding which state law was violated. He said this, and I said, okay, provide the elements so that he can determine how it was violated.
All right, it says that a person may not sell, give, or permit to be served. So the subject here permitted alcohol to be served to a 19-year-old. Knowing he sold alcohol, knowing that that alcohol was going to a 19-year-old. That's the violation that he violated. If you read 1A1.
Okay, and so you are now interpreting his knowledge. What gave you the evidence to interpret his knowledge?
I'm interpreting a reasonable person. A reasonable person knows if somebody says, I'm purchasing this for you, then it is for them. So I'm doing by reasonable test.
And how do you know he heard that?
It was done directly in front of him.
What was also in front of him?
There's what do you mean? There's all sorts of things in front
A
of him.
bulletproof glass?
He could speak. You know how I know he heard this? I went and spoke to him directly afterwards through that bulletproof glass. He had no problem speaking to me through that glass, hearing everything I said.
I would object
I can testify to that. So I'm telling you, I was listening via two-way comms that you can speak directly. There's a hole right there to the right. You can speak through it. He had no problem speaking to me through it or hearing everything I had to say. So the two of those speaking, I listened via two-way comms that was put in a purse at the bottom of her, at her waist. It was not on her purse. I think it was on a person. I heard everything fine in my vehicle. He heard everything fine when I came in the store, and he explained to me exactly what happened. I checked this, I did this, and so that's how I know he heard, or I believe that he heard. Reasonably, I believe that he heard.
And so, I'm sorry, I don't have that evidence of you speaking with him on video outside of that booth.
Well, video, you wouldn't have.
Is there a
it's audio.
question?
Yes. So the problem that we have. So you're saying that you spoke to him through that bulletproof glass and that he heard you clearly.
Correct. And then he came outside the glass, put his hands on me at one point, trying to beg me to stop, which he could have been arrested for that as well. And I told him to stop. He put his hands on the law enforcement officer trying to stop me from leaving.
Okay. And so the last thing that I want to say, so you're saying he permitted the sale of someone under 21? I just want to make sure that I got this statute correctly.
I'm saying in this instance, he sold to a 19-year-old, knowing it's going to it's a 25-year-old going to a 19-year-old, serving it. You could take any one of those giving, serving, but he sold it, knowing it was going to a 19-year-old, or should have known. A reasonable person would have known.
And so how do you define what a reasonable person is?
Same way you do in every case. When you present the case to a group of people, those group of people, a reasonable person would have said, okay, a 19-year-old walks up, hey, can I have this alcohol? No, you cannot. I'll buy it for her. Okay, then it sells to it. That's reasonable to believe that any reasonable person would believe that's where the alcohol is going.
But someone who wasn't born here and moved recently and doesn't speak English, is that considered a reasonable person as well?
They're all still, why would you think somebody not native born isn't reasonable?
And so you're stating that the permit to be served alcoholic beverages.
Yeah, it's asked and answered.
Okay, so I guess I'd like to present my case.
Okay.
And so we have video.
Need to make sure the city attorney can see this too. Is there audio or is it just visual? 'Cause I can't hear anything if there is. I can't hear anything.
we're talking over it now, and so.
So I need to make sure the officer can see it too, because I mean, are these your folks? So I want to make sure.
The 19, when I was last old, the 19-year-old said,
Maybe if I put the sound next to the microphone. Yeah. So this is.
Hi. Is it ID? No, you underage.
You're underage.
Sorry, you underage. You, please your ID. Yeah, you. For you, not she. Not you, for her.
Not you, for her.
that money goes back to the 19-year-old.
She bring no you.
That goes to the 19-year-old.
Thank you.
19-year-old bags. I think that makes my case pretty strong.
All right. And so, Mr. Davis, I also want to inform you about Florida Statute 777-201, entrapment.
Provide that to the city attorney as well. Okay.
Thank you.
So the defense of entrapment is when someone who is working for law enforcement induces someone to commit a crime when they were not predisposed to commit the crime earlier. And so it is illegal and against the law for someone under the age of 21 to possess alcohol. That's Florida Statute 562.111. So this police department initially had someone commit a crime by possessing alcohol under the age of 21 to bring it up to that. My client specifically said, no, I can't sell to you. You're under 21. And then another confidential informant pursuant to the police department says, I will buy it for you. Oh, I'm sorry. We never heard that, did we? It was not part of the record. That's your statement. Can you, I'll have, bring up my client. Did you ever hear?
Can I talk to?
Okay. So
No,
would
we're
you
going
like
to keep this, this is an administrative hearing, but this is not a free-for-all. Let's try and keep this a little bit organized, please.
I'm sorry. So my client would like to use his wife as a translator.
Okay, so we need a translator. What are we, from what to what? What are the
Well,
languages?
my-
From what to English and English to what?
What language?
Is it?
Actually, I'm from Bangladesh, but I can explain you on behalf of him.
Well, I need to swear you in as an interpreter, and I need to know what to swear you in that you're interpreting from what to what and what to what. So I'm asking, what is the language that you're translating?
And so he'll swear you in to translate that.
My name is Aisha. I'm sorry, I'm just little emotional today because what the situation was happening, it was. I'm sorry, excuse me.
Well, all right, so hang on a minute. Let me ask your attorney. Am I swearing this individual in as a translator, or is she a fact witness? Because it sounds like she's becoming a fact witness.
No,
Just want to know what we're doing.
She's as a translator for the witness.
Then I have a simple question. What language are we translating so that I can swear her in as an interpreter?
Yes, he's from Bangladesh. It's Bangla to English.
All right, and will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that you will use your best efforts to translate from English to Bangla and Bangla to English these proceedings so that your client can understand them?
Yes.
Okay, please put your full name and address on the record.
My name is Aisha Shikdar, and my address is 1541 Belvedere Road.
Okay, so the way this is going to work is your attorney is going to ask some questions. You're going to translate the question. The answer is going to be given, and you're going to translate that back to English. So question, translation, answer, translation, and then that's how we'll go.
Okay.
All right, that's a good question. Did you, it's for you, the question is, did you knowingly sell to someone under 21?
No.
All right, so the question was just answered without a translation. So
Okay.
again, do we need a translator or not? What are we doing here?
Well, if he can understand that, then I guess not.
So we don't need a translation. Sir, do you understand the English? Do you understand what the questions your attorney is asking you?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. I
Do you
guess we can proceed without the translator then.
All right. Do you understand English well? So if someone is speaking, if people are speaking very fast, are you able to translate that in your mind very quickly?
No.
Okay. So the officer states that the 25-year-old stated she would buy it for the 19-year-old. Did you hear that?
And 25 years.
তোমার 25 কি বলছে যে
Yeah.
আমি কিনবো
What?
19 ইয়ার্সের জন্য?
No.
Are we using a translator, or is your? I mean,
So you can't.
I'm sorry. Honorable Magistrate, actually, he doesn't very well English. When my attorney was asking him something, he cannot reply back in properly. So I need to explain what he told him in Bangla, then I can told him to what he said. Actually, what the question was, he doesn't know 25 was purchasing for 19. She didn't say anything to him. As a cashier, he was checked both ID, who was 25, she gave it to her, and take the money from 25, not 19.
Okay.
That was.
So my next question is that, are you, and this is for you to translate to him?
No.
Okay. Are you able to reach over and touch the products when someone is wanting to buy the products?
তুমি কি
আমাদেরকে ব্যাগ নিজ হাতে দিতে পারো?
No, no, no. The cover, the glass, the pour about there.
In Bangla.
বাংলায় বলো তো।
আমি গ্লাসের জন্য হাতে 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 দিতে পারি না আমি ওই সাইডে এইভাবে দিচ্ছি তখন ওরা হ্যাঁ বলে
It was bulletproof glasses in front of him, so he cannot directly give me the bag or money, anything to the customer. It's to put in the counter, they need to take it out from there. The customer need just small space to put the bag and the money, that's all. He cannot provide the money in hand because of glasses, big bulletproof glasses in front of the register.
And that's where we're relying on the defense of entrapment, that the person under the age of 21 who is illegal to possess it was the one grabbing it because he had no ability to give it to the person that was over 25. He did not, as the video shows, he did not bag it. The only option that he has to give it to the 25-year-old is to put it in that slot, and the confidential informant was the one that took it. Therefore, by committing the crime and not allowing the 25-year-old to take the product away. I understand that you're stating that there is a vicarious liability. However, he stated that no, you're not allowed to take it to the 19-year-old, only she who is 25.
All right, and do you have any other evidence you're putting in the record, or is that argument? Because I want to let the city respond to the argument, but I want you to finish putting your evidence in the record.
You know, if you like, I can provide the reading of the state statute. So it states a law enforcement officer, a person engaged in cooperation with a law enforcement officer, or a person acting as an agent of a law enforcement perpetrates an entrapment if for the purpose of obtaining evidence of the commission of a crime, he or she induces or encourages and as a direct result causes another person to engage in conduct constituting such crime by employing methods of persuasion or inducement which creates a substantial risk that such crime will be committed by a person other than one who's ready to commit it. A person prosecuted for a crime shall be acquitted if the person proves by a preponderance of the evidence that his or her criminal act occurred as a result of entrapment. The issue of entrapment shall be tried by the trier of fact. That's why at the beginning I was asking if you're able to try facts at these administrative hearings.
Okay. Anything further?
I'd allow the city to go before a closing.
I'd like the city attorney to address the entrapment argument, and then
Yes, Special Magistrate. First and foremost, I'd like to make the distinction between the quasi-judicial administrative proceedings here today is separate and apart from a criminal hearing and a criminal prosecution, which is what is identified in Section 77.201, entrapment. A person prosecuted of a crime shall be acquitted. These are all criminal prosecuting words. And we're not here today for a criminal prosecution. We're here for a civil action, a quasi-judicial, as identified in Florida Statutes, Chapter 162.23, 162.22, which provides us this forum in proceeding with a civil citation regarding a operator, business owner who sells alcohol to an underage individual, whether by directly selling or being permitted to be sold, whether with a 25-year-old selling purchasing the alcohol for a 19-year-old. As the previous cases have set precedent, even here today, we see on the video as well as the police officer's testimony that both individuals came in. The underage individual tried to purchase. They were carded and denied. However, the 25-year-old was next to the 19-year-old, bought the alcohol. They both left together. The police officer, who's a well-respected expert in his field, testified that that was what occurred, the facts that occurred, and cited the violation as accordingly. And today we're here, as is customary, to issue a citation, a civil prosecution, if we will, and not a criminal one that rises to the level of entrapment.
Thank you.
Is there anything else?
Does the city have any additional rebuttal that it would like to put on the record?
I don't think any is needed at this time. Thank you, Special Manager.
Anything that respondent would like to place in the record? You can have the final say.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. So they're saying that this is a civil matter for a violation of the law of the state of Florida. So that's where we're having a difficulty understanding, because they cite a Florida statute that provides a misdemeanor, which is a crime. So they can't have it both ways. The city can't say that this is a civil violation of a criminal statute. If they are saying it's a crime, a violation of the law, then they have to allow the defenses provided for crimes. And, Mr. Davis, I appreciate, your time in this. I know that you've had previous rulings without the defense presented of entrapment, where the testimony from the clerk was that they were not predisposed to sell to someone under 21, and that a confidential informant who was working for the police department provided an ID that was over 21, provided the money, and he did not have the ability to prevent that person over 25 from buying the alcohol, or did not have the ability to prevent the person under 21 from taking the alcohol. My apologies, because that is in essence a crime. And so the city is trying to entrap my client by having a underage person possess alcohol, have a person legally allowed to buy it, and then have that other person commit another crime from taking it in order to complete the acts of I guess they're going under permit to serve. However, the alcohol was never served, nor was it sold to someone under 21.
Okay. All right, so the city code in question is City Code Section 6-12. Every violation of the laws of the state relating to sale, and I'm paraphrasing, sale of of alcoholic beverages is a violation of this chapter. And I understand your argument, but what I'm presented with is an alleged violation of a municipal ordinance, Section 6-12, the alleged violation being the unlawful sale of alcoholic beverages.
Who is sorry for interrupting.
The city's presented evidence that the respondent engaged in a little more complicated than typical transaction. And the respondent provided video footage of that transaction, and as the fact finder, here are the facts that I find based on everything I've heard from the city and from the respondent. You had a 19-year-old and a 25-year-old enter the store together. 19-year-old went to the cooler, took alcoholic beverages out of the cooler, the Smirnoff Ice, went to the counter to purchase that with the 25-year-old at her side. The 19-year-old was denied purchase. From watching the video, they were together. No question in my mind. The video shows that these two individuals were together. When the 19-year-old was not allowed to buy it, the 25-year-old immediately handed the money to the clerk and said, "I'll buy them," or maybe didn't say anything, but took the money to the clerk, handed the clerk the money. The 19-year-old got the change back. The 19-year-old got the bag, and the 19-year-old, the clerk didn't have to sell it to the 25-year-old either. I mean, it was painfully obvious to me from reviewing the evidence that this was a team effort, that the 25-year-old was buying it for the 19-year-old. I have no doubt in my mind that's what the video showed. That's what the testimony bears out. It's not as though they went up to the counter separately, and when the 19-year-old walked away, the 25-year-old came up as a separate and distinct transaction and said, "Well, you know what, that's there, I'll buy it myself." The 19-year-old walked out of the store with it. The bulletproof glass argument doesn't hold weight with me. The clerk did not have to sell it to either of them. I think it was very clear. I take any verbalization out of the equation. To me, the video really didn't have anything that I could hear. It was just watching the physical cues, the proximity of the 19-year-old to the 25-year-old at the counter, how they all interacted. You don't need to speak English to understand what was going on there, in my opinion. And so
And regarding
there's no, we're not in a criminal trial. There's no criminal penalties being brought to bear. So whether or not entrapment is even an issue,
as a trier of fact,
even if it is, I don't find that there was an inducement. I find that this was very obvious. That the two were working in concert, and the clerk had no problem making that transaction. I think the fact that the 25-year-old handed the cash to the clerk doesn't absolve.
Well, Your Honor,
this is my turn now.
I know.
Because again, clerk, the 19-year-old got the change back. The 19-year-old took the bag. Clerk very easily could have said, "No, I'm not handing you the change. I want the 25-year-old to take the change. I want the 25-year-old to take the bag, and I want the 25-year-old to walk out of the store with the product." None of that happened. Just the opposite is what it appeared to me to happen. The 19-year-old was clearly the person purchasing this alcoholic beverage. So based on the evidence that's been presented to me, I do find a violation of City Code 6-12. I will impose the $250 fine in accordance with City Code 6-13 and provide 30 days to pay that. All right, thank you.
And
All right, I believe we've concluded everything on our agenda for today. Is that correct? Is there anything else for the good of the order before we adjourn today's hearing? All right, it's 1:52. We stand adjourned.